live to the chess.com channel since it's basically basically a chess.com match here. Well, welcome everybody. I know it's only one person per second showing up, but welcome everybody to an I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship practice training match, almost there, match between FIDE Master Dalton Perrin and I am Kostya Kavutskiy. I am David Bruce. I'll be doing the commentary here along with Max Chess Gains. Max, thanks for joining us again.
Yep, glad to be on again.
Always awesome to have you. So, Kostya and Dalton are going to be playing 3 different time controls. They're going to be playing for about 2.5 hours of nonstop accelerating blitz, ultimately bullet. Oh, this is nice. By accident, we have in front of us the position from my last game last night, which was really beautiful. It's a great way to start. You guys ready for us to just kick off the match, and then Max and I can explain the format while you're playing?
Yeah, Dalton, I'll send you a challenge, and then I'll start the match clock, and we'll get going.
Sounds good.
Ready. Okay, I'm gonna leave the audio now.
Yeah, me too.
All right, we got a follow on Hello Kostya. And so when they start playing, that'll probably pop up over my little checkmate. And let's get here. We're going to have a match timer as well here, so. Whoa.
Yeah, this should be an interesting match, David. Can you say anything about the players' styles at all? Are you familiar with
I'm not
Dalton's
familiar
game?
with Dalton's style, no.
I mean, I played him in a blitz match, or not a blitz match, just a blitz game in a blitz tournament, and only thing I can say is he played e4 against me, but he struck me as a little bit more of a positional player.
Okay.
So that's all I can say. Kostya, I guess I'm a little bit more familiar with, but
Same.
based on their ratings, they seem to be a pretty even matchup.
Oh, yeah. Whew. Well, I hope blitz ratings mean nothing because mine is like 200 points below everybody else.
Oh, and you have a monster that you're facing in the first round.
Is that right?
Yeah, your opponent's like 2,700 blitz, so I don't know. Maybe you gotta hit up Jesse, schedule a match with him. Get some 2,700 level training.
I see. Is this a bishop b5 Sicilian that they're contesting in the first game? I was setting up the clock.
Yeah, it looks like some theory with that. I've seen this before where white gets that bishop to d6 after sacking a pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Feels a little uncomfortable for Kostya. But yeah, he just has to. Sometimes when your position's bad, it's easier to find your moves, right? It's like, well, I can't move my D pawn, so I guess I have to move the B pawn and get the bishop off C8. You know, I don't really see how to fix things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how they got here. So bishop b5. Oh, so he went for a g6. Yanketo setup, and then Dalton hit him with the d4.
Plays c3 going for d4, and Kostya tries to prevent it with e5, which white just ignores. This much is theory. I feel like there's an old Judith Polgar game where she did this as well.
It's called the Goofeld Gambit.
The Goofeld.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Okay. I mean, it looks like something I would want nothing to do with as black.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant, to say the least.
That's a pawn that I would not want.
Oh, we have someone in chat is saying Jesse's telling them not to play blitz. Just funny. Just remember, just a year ago, how different things were. Jesse was having blitz streams like every day.
That's right. Jesse was on the 2700 quest, and yeah, and now he's telling us not to play blitz. But that's okay. I've got a match, but I haven't played any Blitz to prepare for it on stream yet. Actually, I played a few Blitz games off stream, but
Yeah, definitely. This will be good training.
but I'm mostly
we-
working on the training plan, folks. I'm not dissipating myself with Blitz.
And maybe you guys should just have a training program theme match. Just play the openings that you guys recommend.
I am gonna do that. Yeah, I was just
Blitz
looking
games.
yesterday, and there's this repertoire that Jesse put together that's almost entirely lines I've never played in my life, and I thought it'd be fun to do a stream where I just try them out. B6 and then B5. I have to say, when Kostya played B6, I didn't really know why he didn't play B5 at that point. But
Yeah, hit him with a little stutter step there with the pawns.
Little stutter step. Yeah, so what does Kostya want to do from here? I mean, he'd like to play rook e8 and then knight c8, but if he ever plays rook e8, he's afraid of moves like knight g5 and bishop c4. So b5 takes one of those moves out, but I think he still can't really play rook e8, knight g5. So I'm not sure what Kostya plans to do from here. Okay, one idea would be queen b6 to threaten knight a5 to untangle. And if white plays bishop c5,
Right.
then you drop the queen back to c7 and try to play d6 from there.
Do you think at any point it'd be worth it for him to just like sack the exchange, just play like knight c8 or something?
I mean, that would be losing for black,
You
but
think so?
so I wouldn't
Just-
say it's like worth it as a positively good idea. It might be the escape valve if things get bad enough.
Because I feel like if black can, get rid of that bishop and create some like dark square bind, but yeah, now with that pawn on e5, that's going to be hard.
He's still trying to play rook e8 by stopping knight g5. At least he did it quickly. He's got an extra minute on the clock. So from that sense, one of those knight c8, bishop f8 positions might be a little less resignable. But so his idea is to play rook e8, then move the knight. I mean, white would have the option of bishop takes g6 then, right? So he's like very far
Yeah.
from anything working
Oh, but
for him.
Dalton is hitting him from all sides. He's hitting him with
Yeah.
a4.
Everywhere. And knight e4 to f6 can come too, right? So it's really
Yeah.
could be everywhere in a second here. Not sure I see anything wrong with knight e4 now. Man, a5 really tied Kostya up. Not to mention that Dalton has rook fe1 and rook ac1, which are both like easy instant blitz moves to improve your position while black can't do anything. No, this opening,
Yeah.
if you're talking a long match, this opening needs to go straight into the scrap heap. He has to not play this opening another game.
Yeah, I mean, what does he have to do to prevent it then? Just not play that fianchetto setup? Not play e5?
I mean, he could allow white to play d4 instead of trying to take the pawn on d4, right? So he could just sort of play knight f6, and when white plays d4, he could play cd, d5, some line like that.
Uh-huh.
Just naturally moves. Okay, well, we'll take a timeout for 1 second and tell people the format here. So the format is, there's 3 different time controls. Starts with 5-1, then it goes to 3-1, then it goes to 1-1. So there's always a 1 second increment. And there's an hour and 15 minutes of 5-minute chess, then 45 minutes of 3-minute chess, and then 25 minutes of 1-minute chess. So I don't know if you get exactly the same number of games in each format, but it's weighted similarly. You get a similar number of games in the 3 formats because you've got more time to play 5-minute and less time to play 1 minute.
Right.
Wow, Maddie's down to 20 seconds. That is insane. I
Yeah,
guess
but
we're going to
he's just
find
going
out.
for total positional domination. Puts the knight on c5, rook on e1. How does Kostya untangle here?
We're going to find out what Maddie's bullet skills are like. We'll get an immediate preview of,
Yeah.
what can he do.
Maybe he can go like bishop b1, bishop a2 soon or something. Oh, it takes on g6.
Yeah, he was ready for that one.
Back.
Now, Kostya can trade on d6 because it defends f7. Maybe if he trades off a rook and goes queen f6, then there's rook e8. If he goes queen f8, there's probably Bishop f7, queen f7, rook e8, bishop f8. I guess not. Does he not have that famous tactic here? That bishop did not need to back up, though. I mean, something could have been done. You know.
Yeah, it could. Trying to think what he could have done there.
I mean, he could have either gone knight h4 to f5 or bishop f5 going after d7. Or
Yeah,
even
he
just
wants to keep pressure on
h3.
g6 then. But yeah, definitely knight h4 to f5 now with that g6 pawn missing. That's going to be a problem.
Okay, he had a move ready real fast there.
85.
I figured out that the main problem in Kostia's game is that he plays the opening badly.
You think openings
that's
are just
it.
a weakness for him?
Yeah, just that.
Wow.
It's as simple as that.
I
Well,
was
this is
hoping
over.
that
If king
we would see
h8, knight
some-
g6. If king h7, queen d3.
Yeah, this was a slaughter.
So that's queen and game. I think 10 seconds is enough because of the 1 second increment.
I mean, like I said, I think Dalton's performance here matches what I was expecting from him. Just e4, but more of like a positional approach.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there were some tactics involved, but
Why is he
just kind of a
thinking?
domination.
He didn't plan queen d3. Oh my god! Okay, so that's... In bullet, he's not going to be able to always find the obvious knockout.
Wow, yeah, what? What on earth?
Queen
Still
f6.
crushing, but
It's...
that was, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Amazing. And Kostia offered him the draw, and he chose to lose instead. Oh, let me put a match score up, right? I should probably add a match score.
Wow. Oh, there was no increment. They forgot.
There
to
was no
turn the
increment?
on, I guess. Yeah, I think they just played 5-0. Yeah, because
Oh,
when Dalton
so
went
that
to
game doesn't
a
count.
second, he got nothing back.
That's why Kostia offered a draw. He knew that Dalton was going to flag because there wasn't the 1 second increment. So I'm going to reset the match clock.
I guess they could just start from here. I mean, maybe just don't count the first game.
Yeah, I'm not going to count that game.
Maybe just start it at an hour, 5 minutes, so we have enough time to finish.
Okay.
Wow, that was definitely quite a game to get us started, though.
Yeah. I mean, Kostia gains something out of it, too. If that game isn't counted, he gains that he knows not to play that opening in the real match.
Yeah, jeez. That was a slaughter.
All right, here they go. They're live. 5-1. I see the 1. Kostia starting with e4.
Okay. Let's see what Dalton plays.
Now he gets to start the match with white as well. That's better.
So Dalton plays a little e6 Sicilian.
Uh-oh, that's what
What's he
Kostia
gonna play?
plays
4
as black.
knights? 4 knights. Okay, 4 knights. Let's see what Kostia plays.
Oh,
He
man.
plays this line, the Cobra variation.
The Cobra. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's like some crazy theory here as well. Yeah, you play Bishop d7, Bishop d6, and then you just, I think, long castle, and you have a bind on the dark squares. White tries to just slowly squeeze. This is what is he gonna play? 97. Interesting. H4. Kostia wants to run it up the flank real quick. But Dalton's not going to let him. Queen to H2. Wow.
Queen to h2?
That is creative.
What?
I wonder if he was planning that when he played H4. And then
Creative
he's
and
gonna go
a
G4?
creative like amazing or creative like terrible?
I don't know. I feel like it's interesting. Maybe he wants some quick G5 action. Wow, this is a lot to absorb in the first minute of play.
Yeah.
Just B3 now he'll play just to stabilize the knight.
So black needs to play bishop d7 to make progress.
I
Is there
definitely like white
anything
here.
wrong with
Seems like-
d5?
D5, yeah. D5 looks definitely playable. What does white do, actually? Do they play E5, maybe? Maybe
Yeah,
not even take that thing?
e5, bishop d7.
Right. That's probably what he's thinking about now. Yeah, having that knight on a4 in these positions is like kind of a risk, right? Because if black can get to it, then it becomes a problem.
Yeah, it's not a fully stable way of blocking that.
But maybe he can even, after d5, afford to sack the pawn on e4.
Right. The thing is, black's not
something
even
else
trying
there?
to take e4. Black's just trying to play bishop d7. So that's what white needs some kind of defense to in any case.
Dalton goes a little bit more safe, though, with d6. Huh. So Kosia has time. Maybe he plays king b1 and drops his knight back to b2. Or does he want to go for some f4? Bishop d3. So he's not worried about bishop d7.
Bishop d3. Maybe he's just going to allow bishop d7, bishop takes a4, etc.
Yeah, maybe he's not too scared of it, but...
Or just has no choice but to allow it.
Well, couldn't he have gone king b1, knight b2?
King b1, knight b2. Yeah, he could have.
Maybe tried to get the
There
knight
was
to
a
c4.
simple prophylactic option if he didn't like this.
Yeah, what does he have in mind here? It's just interesting. I mean, black isn't exactly quick with reinforcements, but if you can get the knight to c7 and then to b5, maybe there's something. Although he's giving up the d6 in the process, so I don't know about all that.
All right, he tries for g5. Queen g5 check is an option. And
So queen g5, he wants f4.
yeah. And I guess bishop takes knight is another option.
Right. And if pawn takes, what is he going to push, h6?
Yeah, if
Black
pawn
can
takes, he
always
would
go
push
g6.
h6, and then...
Okay, so
Or
he
actually, on
takes.
pawn takes, he could also play f4, right? Taking control of some dark squares, see if black wants to take on g4 or push past, right? And he could use that g5 pawn. He could just go after it, basically. f4, rook g1.
Right.
get
I
going.
like this now with f4, because now the g file could definitely be a source of some play for him.
Yeah, overall, though, I think this opening went black's way as well, you know? So,
You think so?
yeah, I think,
I
again...
feel like maybe at some point he did something a little bit inaccurate, because I thought he was off to a good start.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about this, like, the blind pushing of the h pawn with the queen on h2 here. This is all logical, but yeah, it feels like black should be fine. Takes like this. I guess this makes sense. And now there's a knight on e8 covering g7, so you just take on a4.
Right.
Now,
Coach just kind of going fishing here, it looks like. Right? He's
Yeah.
just trying to cook something over there.
on the other hand, black's got a rook on f8 that's more or less trapped.
Mm-hmm. So just king b1 here. But see, now maybe black can think about knight c7. Although,
Oh,
he
yeah,
does
leave
have to watch the
g7?
g7 pawn.
I was thinking maybe knight c6, try and trade
Trade, yeah.
the nice knight on d4 if possible. Um,
Yeah, knight c6. What does Costa have in store?
ooh, nice.
Like, the most I can see is some f5 at some moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he goes b3. Okay.
Yeah.
Wants to open the b file.
Fancy stuff. Fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely the fastest way for black to get something going on the queen side is to play b3 at some point. But I think knight c6 first was such a clean move. You can always just throw your b pawn on b3. Afterwards, I'm not comfortable with none of the black pieces being able to move. It's a little bit much for me.
So what does black do in response to f5?
Maybe queen b4,
Yeah.
headed to c3 and also threatening a4.
Because white wants to play queen g3 and then f6.
Yeah, so that's two moves. So we might have time to go queen b4 to c3. Oh, the knight comes out. The knight comes out. That's really, really useful for black.
Knight d5, yeah.
That's why he traded on f5.
Here. Oh, but knight b4 is coming.
Yeah.
This is going to get real wild.
So Kostya will play probably queen d2 here?
Yeah, that looks like the move to me. But what if black just plays king h8 there and just says, like, you're not going to do anything?
Then you play rook takes g7.
Yeah, actually, that just occurred to me. Does that win, though? After king takes? Rook g1, king f6, queen h6, king e7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe not 100%. You could possibly on king h8 play f6 first, and then after one of the knights takes on f6, then sack the rook on g7, and the knight on f6 will block the king in itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you also clear the path for the bishop.
Yeah. But like in that line I gave, even if white doesn't force mate, it was very promising to have the opponent's king like running through the center, you know, given how badly placed the pieces are.
Dalton gives the pawn on h6. He's not scared.
Yeah, because he would have
knight c3.
Knight c3 is his plan.
But knight c3, king c1.
But last move f6 was probably good for Kostya. He didn't go for it, but f6. Look at this. He's again got 2 minutes against 9 seconds, even with the 1 second increment.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a theme in this match. Just have a big time advantage. Okay, we have trade of knight for bishop.
Mm-hmm. a4 threatened. Kostya's got 1:40 against 5 seconds. So one option is you play something like queen d4 and you just try to make the game long, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I felt like Kostya had a chance to kind of go all in there. But I guess he felt like with the time situation, he didn't really want to risk too much.
Mm-hmm. Now you can try f6, knight f6, knight f5. But he stays calm.
So he's down,
what,
2 pawns, but he still has some pressure.
Yeah.
So
that maneuver to f6 was great under pressure. That was really great. Oh, and avoids rook g6. Props for that, too.
King h8. Okay. Okay, gets 1 pawn back.
Mm-hmm.
But now the knight is pinned. So you got to watch out for mate on b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, he goes
queen
b3,
c6 probably.
Sense.
And he might go after the d6 pawn now.
Now black is going to try to double.
What? He pushes? Oh, he pushes.
Oh, a4. That is bold.
Queen.
Yeah, he is
Queen
giving up
d4.
that.
Queen d4 could be played. Rook d3. He needs to switch to the d file somewhere in here.
Yeah, he needs to do something with the rooks. He's not going to do anything over there on g7. I would probably just go rook. Well, he also has to watch out for dropping that 5 pawn. Knight b4.
Yeah, he's okay.
Okay, so he's down a pawn still. got this endgame.
Yeah. Just needs
What
to
does
go
he play,
after
a
the
rook
D7
D7?
square here. Yeah, rook D7. That's brutal. The knight's headed to
Okay.
E5. It's trying to sneak.
Rook D7. Knight C6. But rook D6?
Yeah, I think
Wow.
Kostya should have played rook to like
Dawn
D5
is
or
like
something.
weaving a little web with the knight over here. Okay. Gets out of the
Oh, and finally hangs the knight. Rook check and rook. Oh, can't go to F8. So just the C pawn has to come, and Kostya's got the instincts. He sends the C pawn.
Wow. What a turnaround. Still some. Okay, so he's going to bring his rook back. He's going to. Still not so easy.
Yeah, it's not so easy, but with the time, I mean,
Because
Black.
this is getting low too.
yeah, but black is just running the risk of
C6.
flagging every
Oh, yeah,
move, right?
now there's nothing to do. Wow. Kostya coming up clutch again.
And switches to the E6 Sicilian. Good idea. Good idea. And now
What did he
white
play
has
in,
to think.
In the first game, he played knight c6.
In the first game, you must have played knight C6, right?
Right. Yeah, because of bishop b5 after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
but,
didn't even know Kostya plays knight c6. I thought he always just goes for more of a like Taimanov.
Mhm.
But you can also transpose into Taimanov for a knight c6 move order. So
Yeah, I really don't know which opening is which, but it looks like Kostya plays all of them now, like all the different move orders with knight C6 and E6 and A6 in any order.
so now we have this a6 sideline that we saw in his Norm tournament.
Mm-hmm.
He played a couple times. And queen f3 seems to be like the trendy line these days. Well, I mean, there's a couple of ways white can go. The only line I've played is like rook e1 and then you push e5.
Mm-hmm.
But this seems to be, I guess, more trendy these days.
This one here, you might not play rook e1. You might just go f4, f5 if black castles. Wow, and Kostya doesn't castle because of bishop h6 actually in this move order.
Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of the times black just goes king f8 and then they play like h5, h4.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't even move the rook from h8. They just go for queenside counterplay.
So that knight move is specifically to make room to play c4 before black's.
Yeah, c4. White usually wants c4, b3.
Yeah.
They might put the bishop on b2.
Yeah, basically you don't want to allow black to freely have c5, d5 where they can always kick your pieces. Like if that happens when your knight's on c3, it's too late to play c4.
Yeah,
And then you just
Exactly.
you just can't use those two pieces very well.
yeah. So
Alright.
by black playing d4, they would kind of leave the knight stuck, but they would also open the diagonal. Like bishop e4 probably now.
Right. So black's plan here is bishop b7 to c6, and white's plan is to play f5 as quickly as possible and ignore the knight on a4. Wow. That's not going to work out. White can play f5 anyway. Right here.
Yeah, 5 is scary looking. I guess e takes, what, bishop h6?
Mm-hmm.
And then if king hides on... Well, if king g8, then you can win the pawn back, right?
Yep.
King e8, then...
And if king e8, there's a lot of things you can do. Like you can just play e6 as a sack. You can play rook e1 first. You can play bishop takes f5, g takes f5, queen g7, rook f8, queen h7, and then
Right.
you're
Yeah,
going to
you
win
can
back
bring
that
your other
exchange,
rook
and
at that
e6
point.
is hanging over black. So white can do almost
Plays it
anything.
Slowly, though. Goes
Yeah.
bishop d2.
I'm going to say bishop d2 is a mistake. Like I'm certain this kind of open Sicilian, just play f5. You
Yeah, it definitely looked tempting.
after check and here, you've got this choice between bishop f5, e6. Maybe here you play like a preparatory move and then you unleash bishop f5 or e6 or something. But it's fine to play a preparatory move here because it's like a one move developing of the rook that needs to happen. But what he does in the game, bishop d2, that's a full lost tempo, right? Once he engages in something later. So you see Kostya completes his plan of going after the knight, and bishop b2 is a lost move. Now we've spent a tempo on b3, which we might have been able to avoid if we were already threatening checkmate. Yes, Pumpkin the Cat is right. There is another almost 1 hour of 5-minute chess, and then they'll be switching to 3 and 1. Queen h3. So he's looking at bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen e6, maybe as a way to break through.
Right. Or to just to get to h6 with the queen.
keeping up better on the clock this game than last game.
Oh, h5.
Really allowing bishop takes g6 still, right?
Yeah,
Woo.
and yeah, some bishop g6 and f5 just looks really strong here. Probably
Without queen takes e6?
No, queen e6 first.
With queen e6, yeah.
Because they can't do anything to get your queen out of there anyway.
I'm just going to show a variation real quick, folks. The point is you come here, you hit this. Bishop probably takes the knight, hoping that it's a tempo move, and then you play f5, unleashing the rook and bishop. Presumably,
who cares about that knight?
Presumably, black's dead. So,
yeah, black has to play like g5. You play f6.
having himself a real long think here. Now, on bishop takes g6, maybe Kostya just won't take the bishop. Just play like bishop takes a4, pawn takes a4, and then, who knows, queen e8.
But that's going to be a lot of vulnerability there on the king side.
Yeah, just terrible light squares forever, too. That g6 bishop will dominate, go to e4. And also you need to calculate bishop g6, bishop a4, f5, which could be devastating.
Yeah.
Okay, again, doesn't go for it.
He's tanking here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's a real lack of going for it.
Yeah, he's really trying to build up, but...
Kostya plays king g7 with his first little sigh of relief, and knight f8 will be the big sigh of relief.
Yeah, he's just really letting him off the hook.
Yeah. That said, the position is still winning with with f5 right here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he strikes me as someone that is more about like that squeeze approach than trying to like knock you out.
Right. So you don't think he'll play f5 here?
He could, but if he didn't play it by now...
Oh! He's going now. He's going.
Okay. Oh, he sacks the bishop.
Yeah.
Waits until the king is on g7, then sacks the bishop.
Very odd. Very
so
odd.
King takes, he wanted what, queen g3? Or he was going to take
King takes, I think he had
f5 if king takes.
f5 there, yeah.
Okay, but I feel like this is a much safer version for Kostya.
Yeah, rook e1 is a much weaker move than f5. He now plays f5, right? This would have been better to have played previously. Might still be winning. But let's see.
Yeah, I think he wanted to have all his pieces in the game first, but having the rook on e1 is not as significant as having the king on f8. If we look at it a move ago. Still a lot to deal with, though.
Yeah. So knight f8, f6 is checkmate. So that's off the table. Queen e8, f6, bishop takes, pawn takes.
And if he takes on f5, what is he going to take back with? Rook?
I think the rook. I think he's going to probably take on f5. I mean, I just haven't calculated it yet, but...
Yeah, I don't think... once that pawn gets to f6, that's looking... dunzo.
Yeah. Okay, queen e8.
Maybe you go...
So here on f6, maybe he would play king h7 then, without taking
He goes
once.
queen e8 then. So definitely f6 is coming. Maybe he's just going to rely on the fact that his queen covers f7 to then get his king out of there because his queen covers f7 now.
Mm-hmm. And if f takes g6 here, I guess he would play rook f8. Okay, he did take with the bishop, huh? I thought he was just going to leave the bishop on e7 and play king h7 here, right?
Yeah, and then
keep the rook on e1 out of it, but...
rely on the fact that the king, the queen covers f7 rather.
Does Kostya have any shocker here?
Yeah, looks
Knight
pretty,
f6, knight b6. They don't seem to
pretty
work.
rough. Well, knight f6, rook f6.
Yep.
Where does the queen go?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's over. And then knight b6, there's queen b7. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this was kind of a disaster. But I don't. Yeah, I just don't know like what he should have done differently. Once the queen got the g3, pawn gets f4. It's very dangerous.
Maybe here's a move for Kostya. Bishop c6.
So
No, even
queen
that doesn't
takes.
work. Bishop c6, queen c6, knight e5 was the idea.
But then your knight's pinned, right? So
Yeah,
just
and
go
white
with-
can just go queen c7. And like the knight's
goes knight
gone,
f6.
queen g7's coming, and yeah, knight f6. So rook f6 here is GG.
Yeah,
20 seconds
position
left
just
and does
blew
something
wide
else.
open.
Oh, checkmate. That's a good thing too.
It takes the queen. Oh, there's mate.
It was a surprise to me
We'll take
too.
it, we'll take it.
It was a surprise to me too. Okay, goes to
Okay,
switches
goes
to
to
d4.
switches to d4.
He says, "Maddie, you're the lord of the Sicilian for now.
Yeah.
Let's go see what else you've got."
So what are we gonna get? Some Slav. It'll be interesting what openings Kostya brings. Even to I'm Not GM, because he's got e4, he's got what d4, he's got his knight f3 e3 system.
Yeah.
He's definitely.
I would
which this is
I would
kind of
say he
looking-
definitely does not have that knight f3 e3 system. That should be out the window.
You don't believe in it?
To the trash heap. I mean, I think white can equalize with it, and there are some players who might play it better than Kostya does, but he doesn't play it well, so he should definitely not
I
play
don't know.
it.
He got a good win against Balaji in one of the Norm events. Granted, he didn't have like a big edge out of the opening, but
Yeah.
he managed to get it going.
Yeah.
This kind of turned into a little bit of what we could have seen with knight f3 e3.
Yeah, this is a super, super standard semi-Slav position.
So white's he's trying to go for e4. It looks like.
The bishop two-stepped it to d3, because if it had gone to d3 immediately, it would have allowed the Moran with d takes c4. Kostya could have played a move order with an earlier b3. I think that's something else that like he could play as like b3 in this kind of position, trying to play bishop d3 in one move.
Okay, so Don wants c5, or does he want e5 actually? I'm curious to find out.
I'm surprised Kostya took on c4 with the bishop. I thought for sure his plan was to take with the pawn here. However, then black can also play c5, and white's position lacks punch a little bit. Yeah. Nah, just...
So he does break with c5, and looks about equal to me.
Yep.
I don't know. I haven't played these Slav positions in a long time. I used to play the Slav with black, and I felt like it's not that difficult to equalize a lot of the time, but then you just get these kind of positions where both sides have that fianchettoed bishop on the queen side, and then it's kind of it's an even game.
A6 might be good for black here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Yeah, bishop h2 should definitely be looked at here. Now that I think about it, that actually looks really scary because black could even bring the rook to h5.
That's probably why it's on c5 and why the guy's thinking, but... It's a little bit crazy to my mind.
Bishop h2, king h2. What do we go? Knight g4 first?
Mm-hmm. Or, I mean, rook h5 if you're going to do it.
So you want rook h5 first and then knight g4?
Yeah.
Or you want like queen d6? Because then I can go f4.
Yeah, I was going to play rook h5, king g1, and then knight g4. But maybe it's better to play knight g4 first.
Yeah, I feel like you bring in the knight first because then you got the option of bringing the queen to h4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, literally all of black's pieces are just aiming down there, so I would be shocked if there isn't something. I mean, is he gonna put his king on g3?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
That's what you got to calculate. King g3.
Yeah, question is there, do you put the rook on g5 or the queen on g5?
I think queen g5 f4 is not good.
Right. Oh, but rook g5 f4, you have knight e3. He goes for it. Yep.
Yeah. Also, rook g5 f4, you can put the rook on g6, but you can't do that with your queen because you can't queen trade after the sack. But the rook can do that as needed.
All right, let's see it. Moment of truth.
King g1. Man, Kostya's really playing quickly.
Goes to g1.
Keeping up that pace.
Queen comes to h4. So threats goes knight f3.
Well, black's got to
Maybe
take that.
Takes rook h5. But then king f1, I guess.
So, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen h3, preventing king f1. Pawn takes g4. Rook g5.
Then I go
f3.
Yeah.
Not quite. How about bishop f3, gf3, queen h3, pawn takes g4, knight e5, there's bishop e2.
What about bishop f3, gf3, knight h2?
That holds the king in too, yeah.
And threatening rook g5. Then maybe f4. And maybe then we go queen h3.
Ooh, Dalton found it too. Oh my god. Vicious. Vicious.
This is pretty gross. How do you even attempt to defend this? I feel like you got to play f4.
Yeah, I mean, rook g5 is a very, very heavy threat.
Bishop f1, then can we take on f3?
Mm-hmm. King g2, rook g5, king f3, queen g4 mate.
Uh-huh.
Oh, also king g2,
Yes.
queen g4, king h1, rook h5.
So f4,
Yeah.
knight f3,
King f1.
f1.
Yeah.
No, but we go queen h3 first, right?
Right. f4, queen h3, bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Maybe rook. Well, no, you can't really play rook h5, can you? Maybe you. Is there some way to sack the knight on d7 too? Like knight e5.
Knight
takes,
e5.
rook
Yeah. f4, queen g4.
Queen
is
g4
correct.
check. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, just queen g4.
Ouch.
Yeah, 1800
Ouch.
strength found it.
Brutal. Brutal. Just as
That's over.
just as you were saying that Kostya had equalized as
Yeah,
white.
that knight d4. I've definitely
played
done
knight
that too in
d4.
similar positions, just like not realized how big of a danger there is to the king side, and then you just get smoked out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, he also doesn't want black to play bishop takes f3 particularly in this position, so that's one reason to move the knight.
Yeah.
So basically these positions, they look symmetrical, but they often emerge better for black because the knight on c3 versus the knight on d7 can be a huge difference actually in black's favor. Because it blocks your bishop, right? And the knights support the one on f3.
Yeah. Sheesh. This was brutal.
Yeah.
So Costa is you think he's just gonna run a little bit of time just to let himself kind of cool down?
Yeah. He's got to practice the full match and full match strategy, right? So if he needs a minute to pick his next opening or to calm himself down or to decide what to do about the Sicilian that he played last game with Black, then that's a good use of his minute. Absolutely.
Yeah. I wonder if Costa has any other openings against E4 in his arsenal other than the Sicilian. I mean, I know he plays like the horse against some low-rated players. Probably not much of an option for him in this
I mean,
match.
Kostya can play E5 or E6 as well. He's played both of those during a different phase of his tournament career.
You
so
mean
you can,
as in E5 against E4?
yeah. Against E4, there was a phase where he played the French and a phase where he played double king pawn. So once you've played an opening in tournament chess for a while, you know, you can fall back to it anytime you want.
Revert to it, I guess, yeah.
So what does he have this time? Sicilian defense French variation?
So Don decided
G3?
not to repeat what he played, I guess.
Even though it went so well for him last time. And Kostya plays E5. Kostya really hates the French now, right? Because he could have played D5, E5, knight D7.
Yeah, he's been going for these kind of
right. So
excuse me, these reverse Maroczy type structures.
And then he spends a tempo on H6 when White was gonna take anyway. What? Whew. His he's got like an absolute terror of the French structure now. It looks like just traumatized by his early childhood of playing that opening. He won't go near it.
So what is Don? He goes knight c4. I was thinking maybe he wanted. Oh, okay, so he goes that way. Yeah, I was thinking he's aiming for d5.
He's giving Kostya a lot of time to set up. I would have thought Kostya would go for f5, but b5 makes sense as well.
b5.
I just like to be the one with the space on the king side in these positions, if I have to choose.
So he goes f4.
Yeah. White's kind of threatening f5 on him, and if he plays f5 now, then ef5 tags his rook. And honestly, where he chose b5, I was thinking that like Black wants to play f5 or maybe b5, but that previously we might need to move the rook. Like I was thinking he might need to play rook a8 here. And then if f4, maybe just meet White with f5. Now it feels like it's hard for him to have a good answer to f5 from White, but I suppose the answer is to still just play rook a8, actually. He does something else, but rook a8, and
so
then
he wants bishop e5.
Then f5, you just drop your bishop back, right? And you just roll with it, because at least White's dark squares become really weak.
Wait, but after queen h4, f5, bishop e5, doesn't White just have knight g4?
Yeah. Yeah, looks like White can play f5 now if they want to.
Still play f5.
I mean, on f5, he'll probably just have to drop back bishop d7 anyway, I guess.
And then White just has to watch out not to allow knight or to keep the knight on tap so you don't run into bishop e5 with some problems.
I wonder if White's even considering e5 here, putting the pawns all on the dark square, like e5, and then if rook d8, d4.
Yeah, that's a thought.
Maybe Kostya would just take on e5. That would be really desirable for Black, like if you can get away with it at all.
Yeah,
on e5 to play d5, bishop a8, e takes f4 or something. Oh, knight g2 wins for White.
Well,
knight g2 would straight up win there.
He does go f5.
Right, like this would just lose a full rook. So you would have to play like rook a8 there. I mean, maybe your position's bad enough that this is the right approach. Yeah, you sort of mix things up. But f5 got played. He's got to go bishop d7. Yeah, 1800. Bishop e5 looks fun until you consider knight g4 for White. And then it's simply not fun.
Yeah.
So bishop d7 is Kostya's choice. He would like to put the bishop on e5 at some point, but he's got to sort of time it with knight g4 and knight d5. What he really wants to do, hopefully, is take his rook off of a8. That thing's killing you, Kostya. That thing's killing you, just hanging there.
Yeah, what is Dalton gonna do next though? That's the question, because he has to keep an eye on bishop e5. So I don't know if he wants to rush it with knight d5.
Looks like he's playing for d4
Mm-hmm.
to control that dark square.
So maybe rook e8 then from Kostya.
Yeah. Although Phil suggests something that I would be afraid Kostya might come up with, h5, to leave the rook hanging but stop knight g4.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm very happy to see Kostya's rook come off of a8.
Okay. What do you think about if Dalton plays d4, like exchange sacking on e4? Is that a thought?
I think the exchange sack is Kostya's greatest friend in this entire game.
But after rook e4, bishop e4, queen e4, then there's also dc5. But then maybe bishop c6.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you need to trade on d4 once first. Sorry, I assumed that that's how you would execute it. You trade once first because you want that target on d4 for your bishop. And then you take.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely within the realm of playability.
Mm-hmm.
Although, you might lose to f6 at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, more or less, you just give up when that happens. This is where you resign.
Yeah, you can't even get any kind of light square battery there at bishop c6. They're just going to block you with d5.
Okay. So, Dalton improves the queen slightly. Almost 2 minutes down. It hasn't hurt him too much yet that
and
he's using more
also
time.
guarding f6. So maybe h5 now. So at least you can then go bishop h6.
h5, yeah. That's the desirable move for Kostya. Outlet for the bishop. Does it? I would say this position's not as easy for white as it may look.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in practice, it's not that easy to play this in a blitz game for white. The position looks sort of overwhelming, but there's a lot that can still happen. I think d4 is the right idea, though.
Yeah, that's the benefit of queen f3, right? He has some flexibility of what to go for.
Yeah. Leave the tension on f5, play d4, limit that bishop a little bit, then try and put the white knight on d5 to increase just the strength of white's position, right? d4, knight d5.
Yeah.
But, you know, fg6 and f6, neither of them obviously make progress for white. The pawn on f5 is really annoying for black, so I think it's important to leave it there a long time. It's hard to play a position with that much tension with 15 seconds on your clock, though. I mean, it's hard to just leave it
Dom's
unresolved.
getting really low again. Wow.
Yeah.
That's really his like kryptonite in this match.
That's an ugly looking move, I gotta say.
h3.
Man, I'm impressed by Kostya's move. Bishop c6. Yeah, Kostya's going to win this game, even though he's been losing it the whole time.
Yeah, because one wrong move, everything could just fall apart.
Yeah. I think he can keep queens on the board because white's king is weak with queen g5, but there's also nothing wrong with trading. And then a5, b4 would be the big plan for black. Just trying to keep improving the g7 bishop.
Right. So he tries to keep queens on. Does white have...
Oh, white already
Wow,
flagged
he
immediately.
flagged.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. 30 minutes left in this format. Okay, they're taking a quick break, so we're going to pause the clock.
Okay. So, score is 3-2. We've definitely seen Dalton come a lot stronger out of the opening in just about every game,
Yeah.
but just time usage has been his downfall.
Yeah, close to winning, but he's really trying to calculate before going for his breakthroughs. He's never going for a breakthrough on instinct, right? Not a single time has he said, like, it's time to pull the trigger. He's always thought, well, it's a 5-minute game. I can spend 2 minutes when I decide whether or not to pull the trigger, right? And with bishop h2, it was checkmate, so that worked out. But anything less than checkmate, it's really hard for him to finish off the game on a 1-second increment. Like, overwhelming positional advantage, well, that's tough.
I feel like that's the crux of certain players that are obviously at a high level, like FM, IM, even GM, but they don't adapt that blitz mentality where they're like playing enough off intuition.
Mm-hmm.
Because like there's obviously much lower rated players in terms of like over the board strength, but that can play a lot faster in blitz and keep up.
Yeah.
Like even across the rating span, and I'm not a GM, you got anywhere from, I mean, you're a little underrated, right? In blitz, David, like you don't play that much.
I don't play much at all, no. I've
You
maybe
got
played.
anywhere from what, like
I've maybe played
24
20
to,
blitz
like-
games in the last 6 months,
Is that right? Wow.
something like that. I played about 10 or 15 this past week, but I think before that I
Okay.
basically hadn't played.
You're slowly starting to get back into it.
Yeah, very little.
Yeah, so you got, I mean, all the way up to 2,700 plus with some of the competitors in this tournament. So
Yeah.
definitely will be good to get some training.
Last year when I was preparing for I'm Not a GM, I think I got my blitz rating to 2,500 for 1 second for the first time.
Who
Like
did you play against last year?
John Bartholomew.
Wasn't that 2 years ago?
Yes, 2 years ago. Sorry, the last time I played. I didn't play last year, but my last I'm Not a
time you
GM.
played. Okay.
I think I managed to get my rating from 2400 to about 2500. I managed to improve by about
Okay.
100 points at blitz.
But John is like,
John was well over
up there.
2700. He was really good.
yeah, I've definitely seen him be like over 28. He's strong.
Yeah. So it sounds like I've got somebody like pretty similar in strength to John this year. I mean, she's rated
Yeah,
over
I think
2500
she's, like-
FIDE.
Yeah, she's like 2490 FIDE, like maybe 2750 blitz.
Yeah.
So you'll have your work cut out.
Yeah. All right, back to E4.
Let's see, knight f3. And what are we gonna get? Another cobra. Might just be. Okay.
Wow, and black doesn't
Same as
want that
last time.
queen trade suffering.
Okay.
They're repeating all this
So
stuff.
far, exactly the same as that.
Why not just put your queen on like A3 and keep control of all the dark squares?
Is he gonna go to H2 again? Oh my god! So this must be some kind of preparation then. If he's
Yeah.
if he's playing this all the time.
What do you think of queen A3, Max? Like, you
I'm
keep your eye on the
always,
dark
thrown
squares.
off. I don't know why, but I'm always thrown off by queen on A3. Like I would not know how to handle it with black.
Yeah.
Whenever someone puts
And
a queen
against-
on A3 against me.
Against D6, you even have this move, knight B5. Because you're just telling black, like, no, you don't get to come out. And this is all with H4, which I would call like a wasted move. I feel like you should just be playing, bishop E2, rook E1, F4. I mean, just kill them in the center. Maybe G3, bishop G2 to get the bishop out of the way, and then rook E1. That way, if black ever tries to untangle with B5, since their D-pawn is stuck, then, you've got some E5 kind of tactic. I just think he's, like, aiming completely wrong at this opening as well.
Could be.
So now his
in the chat
innovation
is
compared to
telling us
last
that
game
this
is
is,
A3.
Grandmaster Seth Rahman's repertoire.
Okay, Braden
Apparently
says
this is
H4 is
prep.
best. He knows that. Well, you guys who think you know stuff, but it doesn't actually work out, does it?
Ooh, B4.
Yeah. A3 is just
Takes
a
an
hook.
A5?
A3 is just a hook asking for something.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe in that. It seems kind of a slow plan.
Well, Kosti's going to have to play B5, and then Black's going to play
Right.
A4, A3. He's just trying to completely demolish the dark squares.
Yeah, but b5, a4. I mean, he's always going to be able to meet a3 with b3.
Yeah, but then the dark squares are gone, all of them.
But he's going to have those pawns, right, to kind of blockade a little bit.
No, it's death. It's death.
You think so?
Yeah, so the black queen can like go wherever she wants. She goes into like a5, a2, queen a3. Like, oof.
Well, right. If the pawn's on b5 and he takes,
Yeah. And sends the
Fold.
knight to help.
is he going to go knight b3? Okay.
Yeah.
And now what?
Queen b4 is what I would recommend.
Yeah,
But
he's going to have to keep
Queen
those knights
b6.
there now until the end of
Queen
time.
b6 is an option as well. And he does that.
Queen b6.
Kostya probably made the right decision to take, actually. It looked terrible, but it leaves him with a dark square pawn on b2, and his knight coming over to b3 provides a fair amount of defense. So,
g4.
yeah. Defends
All right,
f2
let's see
from
what
the
Dalton
side,
has in score.
advances his
Gonna
plan.
go knight c6, knight b4. Maybe knight. I don't know what he's gonna do with the knight on e8.
I think
keep it
here
down.
just d5, but he didn't
Okay,
do it
maybe
last time I
d5.
wanted it.
Just rip the position open. Maybe Kostic can just take once then and play like bishop d3 or something.
Well, I would take on d5 with my knight as black. So I'm trying to trade more, as
You
much
wanna
off as
force the
possible.
trades. Uh-huh.
Peel away stuff from the white king position.
Knight f6. So f3, he wants queen e3 probably.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe queen f4 or something. Queen g3.
Queen f4 makes sense.
Try to prep g5.
He could also play rook g1 here, right? Like that stops knight
Yeah.
g4 and prepares g5.
Yeah, it's an idea.
Fairly desirable. I don't like knight f6, by the way. The knight on e8 was defending dark squares. I think the colors are so important here.
Yeah.
So
Maybe d5 now.
could be. Then on
But then you have to
e5.
calculate g5.
Then there's e5 as well.
I was
And as you say,
thinking
yeah,
E5,
g5.
knight e4.
G5 right away. And then on
I think g5
hg4,
is stronger.
e5. How's the time?
5 g5.
Same as ever. Kostya up significantly. Yeah, knight f6 I think is, to me it looks like just a bad move, but there may be some other rationale behind it. So he gets a development tempo here. f3, queen e3 still doesn't look great. So a development move for Kostya too. Hey, look at that. Happy times. This is starting to look bad for Matty D. The
Yeah,
reason...
he went for that early, plan to get some play, and then
Yeah.
now he's kind of losing his momentum a bit.
Braden's asking why not e5 in this position because knight g4 would open the g file. And the reason is that it hits the queen and then black takes on f2. And white's dark squares collapse. And this knight can go to f5 and defend dark squares too. So that's the reason why Kostya played rook g1 first. Is because here and then this is
Yeah.
felt like too much. All right, knight h7. I'm okay with that. But I still think, he's giving Kostya a lot of time. Now Kostya can ignore that center pawn and play g5 probably.
I was thinking f4 as he played, and then maybe now g5.
Yep. Exactly. f4,
If he takes
and then if
f4,
e5, g5 here.
And g6 even? I'm not sure. What are we thinking? Because you don't want to let black plant the knight on g5.
Yeah. There it is, g5. That's the move. Black's got to take on f4, but they're thinking about it. It's not great when you're under a minute. You've got nothing else to do as black, right? Oh, queen e3 check, queen f4 is he thinking about? as well as ef4. Bad luck
Yeah, but
for him
then-
that there was another move he could flag on.
I don't know. I feel like what if black just takes on f4 here? What does white do?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Okay, g6. But
You'll-
now knight g5.
You'll rarely find a player who's slower than me, but we found one. Here, black
I
should
don't know,
probably
maybe
throw in
he
queen
doesn't-
e3 check and then knight g5, because Kostya wants to play queen f4. Maybe black's relying on knight h3 there. And Kostya can consider rook g5 right now, as well as bishop c4. Those are kind of the main Kostya moves here. Rook g5, hg5, h6, queen g6. Doesn't do it. So that more or less
Yeah.
leaves bishop c4 as the move for coast to coast.
Could we do something with like rook g5, hg5, e5? Some
Maybe queen e3
Manner.
check, queen g3, checkmating your queen or something.
rook g5, hg5, h6, queen g6.
Takes on g5. 20 seconds for Matty D. I wouldn't have done something this decisive as Kostya.
I feel like he's got something, maybe. Bishop c4, okay. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
d5, logical.
Yeah. The
Okay, so
pawn
he's gonna
probably needs
stack
to
the
take.
exchange back, probably.
Probably needs to take with the pawn, and then black might have queen d6. But Kostya has knight b5 or something, so you can't keep it blocked. Okay. Uses up the check. That's the last thing black has. Now Kostya's just d6
d1.
away from breaking through.
Okay, he just needs to play quick. Okay, rook d8, come on. Let's get it. No. Oh, I thought he was about to flag. He went down to 1 second.
Yeah.
He went
Ooh.
down to 0.1 second, actually.
d6 is going to
He
kill
better
him.
be pre-moving his next move.
Oof. That was a foul pre-move.
Okay, now Kostya's got plenty of time to think. I mean, he can take on f7
Yeah.
any way he pleases. Still not so easy to break through, though. Like, that knight on f5 is pretty strong.
Yep.
No, oh, I thought he was about to flag again. Okay, bishop takes f3.
If queen
Wow,
h3, black has g4.
Black has a bind over there. It's just so hard to get the queen involved.
Yeah.
I was
He's got
thinking maybe-
0.2 seconds, though. 0.2! So he basically has to pre-move
What?
every move?
How did he even get down that low?
I don't know.
So you get
And then
1
you
second
just
back.
then you just flag. So I need to make a note to myself, like 0.2 seconds is not enough. Like no
Yeah,
matter
there you
how
go.
good your position is, 0.2 is not going to cut it.
Oh man.
Yeah. Hey Max, are you watching the game on the stream or on live chess?
I was watching it on the stream. I had it open on live chess as well, but it was a little bit. I think we're lagging a little bit on the stream.
Right. So you should watch it on live chess instead of on the stream.
Sure, I could do that.
Yeah, that way you'll be in sync with me. There's always a little delay on a stream.
hmm
They haven't restarted the next game. In theory, they still got 20 minutes in the match. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand Dalton from one perspective because like 5 minutes plus 1 is not your traditional blitz time control,
Mm-hmm.
but you still gotta speed up a bit, definitely.
All right, here they come. Here they come. Dum dum dum.
Okay, Taimanov.
With the
A6
A6 again. So
Does
see
Kostya
if
not play the traditional Taimanov?
see if
Does he only
Kostya's
play
got a
this
new
A6
plan
one?
against Queen F3.
See?
So far,
I
it's
don't
the
know.
same. So queen g3
Yeah.
here. That went well. King f8.
Going for the same thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
we
he
can
was H5
say
early.
for Kostya that he at least like slams out his bad moves with a lot of speed and confidence. So even though this opening was a total disaster, you don't see any hesitation, right? As he slams out more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom, boom. Maybe h5, h4 is an improvement. Looks like g6 is more or less necessary here. And white should be able to just, play f5 and sack the bishop on f5 at some point. I don't know.
Although if white's got to make sure the e5 pawn is stable, right?
Nah.
Or
Like if black
maybe
plays
just wants to send it anyway.
like if black plays c5 or something and you go f5 and black plays knight e5 and you take on e6, I mean how much do you need to like worry about your e5 pawn?
Yeah, because I can't even take on d3, right? Because you take on f7. And
Yeah.
I can't take on e6 because I'm pinned.
Yeah.
Bishop b7 again. Now he's gonna have problems
Basically, if your
defending
opponent's king's in the middle of the board and they've been moving pawns on the side, you don't need to worry about losing your center
yeah,
pawn.
just rip them down the middle.
You're happy to just take these off the board, honestly, if you could. Kostya could just take both those, or sorry, Matty could just take both those pawns off the board and white's position would be great.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe here g6 is better for Kostya because if f5 he can take by g pawn and he's preventing bishop h6, he's preventing the queen from infiltrating at least.
Wow. So Kostya just didn't play g6. So my prediction is that white can play f5.
Mm-hmm.
Foos
I don't know.
chess.
We've seen Dalton be hesitant to play f5, so he might try to build up.
We have seen him. He will at least think for 2 minutes about it, and then it's a coin flip whether or not he'll play
And
it.
then not play it.
I mean, that said, his moves have been good. I mean, he's gotten a lot of good positions, but
Yeah. It just feels like he's almost just winning out of the opening whenever he has white, and then he just
yeah.
messes it up or gets
yeah.
too low on the clock.
And comfortable with black.
Pretty comfortable, yeah. I mean that I don't know what to make of that Cobra because I don't really know the theory, so I can't say whether black was in okay shape or white's better. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the theory either on that.
Cartier, that's a good one. Kostya simply cannot stand a good light square bishop.
Yeah. Bishop e3. And look at that. 2 minutes of thought, and then he didn't play the obvious move f5.
And Kostya just hits him with a...
Hits him with the old
Wow,
c5.
2 minutes. in a
Now another 2
5-minute
minutes on whether or not to play f5 again? No.
Wow, yeah, this is...
Now he reveals that bishop
Well,
e3
now
was a
Kostya
strict
likes
loss
good
of
light square
tempo.
bishop. Now his light square bishop is potent. Although I'm not sure he's going to do much with
I mean,
it.
why did he play bishop e3 if he was just going to do c4, d4 next?
Yeah.
And,
But the thing is, like, what can Kostya do with his time that he has?
am I the
here?
only person looking at this position and wondering why neither player is playing f5 or preventing it? Like, even with the bishop hanging on e3, I do not care. I would just play
You
f5.
would've
Every
played
move, I
F5,
would play f5. Bishop e3, c5, I would play f5. There has not been a position. I was going to say since the pawn's been on f4, but no, I would move my queen off of h4, g3. But there's not been a moment since here where I wouldn't have played f5 for white or g6 for black, I think.
Okay,
Rook
so-
e1.
Starting to look a lot like the last time we saw this position.
Yeah.
Or this line. But with Kostya having, gotten the queen back a little bit out of the way. But
Yeah, white's
still,
wasted some time, but it seems like the position can't help but win for white, right? Like bishop e3, bishop d2, c4.
Yeah.
Like none of these moves really seemed useful or necessary. Rook e1 is the only one that's really
Wow,
useful.
yeah. I'm taking notes right now because I feel like when I play this line, I usually just have like a small edge. And it seems like when Dalton plays it, he's just crushing in like 10 moves.
Yeah. f5 is good, melt like butter, because the black king is in this area here. And so if we trade off this f pawn, we can use the rook on f1 to checkmate the king. That's how you
I mean,
start.
obviously, there are some moments where
That's how you start an attack. You have to trade off the pawns that are in front of the king, and then your pieces can checkmate it.
yeah. So what is he gonna take with queen?
Yeah.
I guess Kosta's gonna go queen e8.
He doesn't want to give Kostya time to play like knight f8 and control the e6 square. So queen f5 with the threat of taking on f7 immediately should guarantee white time to then play e6, which in
Right, so
turn
queen
should
F5,
guarantee a
king
win.
E6. Oh, that's just brutal, actually. Because after e6, you can't take.
You can't take, you can't push past because your knight's attacked on d7,
Right. You have to play knight f6, maybe?
I suppose. Then white can even just play
Yeah.
knight takes c5, right, and flow over you. So the position we're considering, folks, is something like queen f5, queen e8, e6. If black takes, that's immediate checkmate. You can see without pawns covering the king, melt like butter. This is like an example of checkmate. And white's pieces were always in position for this. It was just that before there were pawns in front of the black king.
Starts with e6. That's interesting.
And in this position, if knight f6, preventing queen f7 checkmate for the moment, white can just bring their only bad piece from a4 to c5, winning a pawn, and then you just win however you like from there.
I don't like this quite as much for white. but it's
e6
still obviously
chosen.
Good.
Looks a-okay as well.
He probably has ideas of taking an f5 and then even sacking the rook to get in on the light squares.
Mm-hmm.
Looks
Right, he
pretty
wants to go
brutal.
like rook takes f6, bishop e6 check.
Yeah.
It's not the most...
I was thinking take
Effective.
with queen and do the same and then bring the bishop to g6. That looked pretty scary with the rook coming in as well. From f1.
Foos, I would say before rook e1, if white goes f5 and black takes on e5 and on fe6 plays f6, that black is lost in that position as well. Because total collapse of the light squares, rook on f1 is open, the black rook is bad, the black king is bad. It's similar to this position. Like, this king is just... there's just no way around him, right? Like,
Wait, does white have rook e7 here?
surely white has something here.
But then maybe bishop, rook e7, bishop f5, queen f5, queen e7, knight c5. Maybe he can not even move the rook, just leave it there, play like bishop f4 or something. He goes bishop a5.
Nice. Hits him where it hurts.
So if queen takes,
Very good
he wants
move.
to take on e7.
Yeah.
And if queen a4,
Then bishop takes c8. And if you trade on f5 first, then rook takes g7 will be active.
Mm.
Oh, Kostya turtles. Oh. Oh.
this is like, oh my god, this is brutal.
So nasty.
Bishop d6, maybe bishop g6. Oh, isn't this just over? Queen h4? Or maybe queen f5 was even... No, but then there
No,
was
no,
g6.
this was right. This was very good.
So what do you do? Come back to g3?
Queen back to g3. And then you lift the rook if you need to.
Queen h3, maybe? Wait, didn't he just have queen h3? And then queen f5?
Yeah, queen h3 to f5, and then
What is he
bishop back to
doing? What is
d2
his
is mate.
repetition?
He's got 3 seconds on the clock, though. So he's going to
Okay,
leave
go
another
on,
checkmate
PJ.
on the table, huh?
Please don't... Is it a threefold if they go again?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, no!
We're just going to show the checkmate, folks, before we show the next game. Queen h3, king here, queen f5, king here, bishop d2. And that's not the first, like, straight-up checkmate that he's missed on his last second or two. Like, where he's just
Well,
not
g5,
seen.
queen g5, bishop f5, right? It's mate.
What's that?
Black blocks a g5.
Oh, yeah. g5, queen g5, king h7, then bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so that was a draw, right? Their first draw of the match?
Yeah. Criminal to call that a draw. Okay, so we got probably 2 games of 5+1 left. Okay, we got a classical Sicilian.
Yeah.
A Sozin from Kostya. Interesting.
Wow, this is old school.
Yeah, this is like some 1970s stuff.
I played this opening just right before you were born, I think, Max.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's still, people still play it from time to time, but it's definitely not the most popular way to get.
I used to sack the pawn on b2 because like I just didn't believe in like queen b2 period, like in any opening, right? So I played this line bishop e3, queen b2, and then I tried like bringing the knight to b5 or whatever, stuff like this.
This is when you're at what level?
Miraculously, this doesn't win for white. Black completely gets away with this. It's like a crime against chess. But you have to play knight b3 here, apparently. Now you just get a normal Sicilian. All right, Kostya, show us your prowess. Show us your prowess.
Yeah, this somehow transposes into like, I guess like a Taimanov.
Or what you could say, it's like sort of the classical Scheveningen Sicilian, right? e6 and d6 against bishop e2 and bishop e3. f4 comes on this side. Very, very standard position. Karpov played this as white all the time. This way against the Sicilian became really popular in the Karpov era, I would say, 1970 and on. But it even existed before him. He just he played this for white better than anyone else had ever played it, I think.
Karpov did?
Karpov did, yeah. I would say like it existed before, but nobody played it as well as him before. And so wilder approaches to a lot of the Sicilians were more popular.
I feel like Dalton has a Karpov style in a sense where he's like an e4 player, but he's definitely more positional oriented than like straight aggressive.
Bishop c4 and then a long think. The answer is you take with your queen. No! You also don't really need to think about it. In the Sicilian, Black wants the c file open. They almost never want to take back with the b pawn. They would have to be like you're trapping the knight on b3 with your pawn or something. Like
Yeah, he's going for some. Okay, so he wants the b file. Maybe he wants to play d5 and get some French style.
Yeah, the thing is, there's just not enough dynamism on the b file ever. White just covers the b2 square. With the c file pressure, you've got all kinds of ideas. Taking on c3, taking on a3, pushing b4 to kick the piece, to then take on c2. Like there's just all these mechanisms. And here it's a little bit dead from Black's perspective. Even if White's castled queenside, you never do this because you can't break through b2 as easily.
h5 he goes. So he's not even looking to castle then. He just wants to...
That's a Kostya move.
Play on both sides.
So Kostya should play queen e2. He should say like, hey, you took your eye off the ball here. Let's...
Saying like, are you going to play d5 or what are you doing?
Yeah, let's fight for these squares.
I mean, I guess he has to play d5. He doesn't want to lose the pawn.
He could perhaps consider a5. Oh, and he does play a5.
Uh-huh. So if queen c4, knight c4, bishop a6.
Yeah.
And then b3.
And then maybe d5 there to win an exchange.
I see. Still, I don't know. Not sure if Black gets really enough because they're giving up like 2 pawns for the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if that's not good enough for Black, it's also an option to just play bishop takes c4, b takes c4, king d7, and just play the endgame down a pawn because, finally you can put a rook on the c file again.
But doesn't this kind of invite Black to go like h4, knight h5?
Invitation received.
Yeah. I'm always scared to play h3 there. I would rather. I mean, it's also unpleasant when you let black's pawn get to h3 and then you have to play g3 and then have that like alpha 0 pawn on h3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just going to be a
But-
little bit unpleasant no matter what. Which I guess would be an extra reason to go queen c4 and just play the endgame, such as it may be.
Yeah, I think I would have just gone for it. Maybe he can still play like a4 knight b5. But he just wants to consolidate on the king side first.
Yeah. The main plan for him would be f4, f5, which I think you just mentioned. Clocks in Kostya's favor, but not yet as dramatic. There hasn't
Yeah,
been...
Dalton's doing a little bit better job in this game.
Oh, I was
Even
going to
though-
say, there just hasn't been one of those opportunities for him to tank forever. There hasn't been like a pull the trigger moment particularly yet.
I guess that's true. So let's see. Yeah, what does black do from here?
I think everybody's seeing the problem of the c4 pawn, right? Like, we can spend our time defending it, or it can block our bishop. If we try to move our bishop onto a longer diagonal, we might hang the pawn on c4. It's just, yeah. So, hard for black to make a lot of progress from here at the moment. Now, let's say Kostya plays f5. Black can't play e5, knight d5. Black could maybe play a move like queen d7.
Knight f3. So does he want e5?
He's thinking that black might take on c3, and he's trying to discourage it, because he's saying, well, you know, I just recapture, then your rooks aren't connected for the b file, and your h4 pawn's dead.
Mm-hmm.
So he's putting the pressure on Dalton to come up with another plan for black, right? Like, what are you going to play here? You can't play d5, you can't play e5, you can't castle, or Kostya would like to see if you're going to castle and hang the knight. g6 is the choice, and that probably makes the move f5 even better. Okay, Kostya just plays it positionally, breaks up the bishop pair. This is a little bit like the positions that that Dalton had previously, where it's just kind of like nice for white, even if you don't pull the trigger. Black's got pawns on c4 and h4 to tend, and a king interrupting the rooks. So they really...
Yeah, so it seems like Kostya can slowly make his way through the middle.
I guess black's got to just put their king on e7. But, you know, these sort of like creative positions where you get the rooks active and employed without connecting them, they look really like interesting and cool and all and edgy, but at some point it's just a constant drag on your position that the rooks are disconnected. A constant drag, right? Because black would have liked to trade on c3, but they couldn't because the h8 rook wasn't defending the b8 rook. It was busy defending the h5 knight.
Look at that. Suddenly someone's under 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Kostya just plays positional bishop d4, and there's no time left. Now, probably just trading and queen g5 is good, but Kostya locks the bishop into c8 for the moment. I think he'll put a piece on e5 now. I think.
Maybe just take with the... I was thinking take with bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's just so many good moves here. Like, you might even have knight d5 at some point.
Yeah. I think knight e5 is probably the best, but he's got 2 minutes. The opponent's got 7 seconds, so he just has to not do anything
rook.
stupid. Ooh, a surprise. Surprise is always nice.
Making him calculate something extra, and there's the flag.
Kostya found the flagging, the hanging flag, right? He was like, rook e5, that'll flag, that'll flag black.
Yeah, we got one more 5+1 game, looks like.
All right. So we're going to stop the 5-minute portion there. You know, our match clock was not as crystal clear on whether or not we restarted or not for that first game, and we've got another show coming up in an hour. So they're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we're going to go to the 3-and-1 section.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Kostia's up 2 points right now. And I mean, if you just look at the moves of the games, you would think it's Kostia who needs to make an adjustment in the match, but he's winning the match pretty comfortably, so.
Yeah. Very misleading. I mean, this is maybe the first game which I would say he genuinely outplayed Dalton. Because other games, it was just like a kind of a disaster, at least in the beginning.
Yeah. This game here was his best one. This game here, just now, I think. The last game of the match, right? I mean, this was the kind of game that Black could genuinely flag because it was tough to play.
Yeah.
But I think the decision to recapture on C4 is the main thing that hampered Black this game. I mean, I don't know if like the X's and O's of chess matter in Blitz, but it was this move here, bishop takes C4, where Black took with the B pawn instead of the queen. That sent Black down a tough road.
Yeah.
With queen C4 and bishop B7 and rook C8 should be a fine opening for Black.
Mm-hmm.
H5, H4 didn't
Yeah, that was
produce
interesting.
anything good for Black either, it seems.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how he adapts to the 3+1 Dalton.
Yeah,
So
like
now you
will
definitely
he
can't
will he
take
flag
the-
worse, or will he just find a whole different pace?
Yeah.
I think to some extent you need to have separate modes for 5-minute chess, 3-minute chess, and certainly for 1-minute chess.
Yeah, I mean, 1-minute chess, you're not thinking, you're just moving. Like, you have to just be going off instinct. 3-minute, more or less the same, just with, you know, you can calculate a little bit here and there, I feel. And then, I personally haven't played 5-minute in a while,
Yeah.
you know, more than a game or two. Because, you know, 3-0 is just so prevalent. Or
Yeah.
even, like, you know, 3-2. Like, I remember, what was this, 2 years ago when I was still in school, I would play in something called the Collegiate Chess League. It was the first season that they came up with it. It's like a college competition where you would have matches, and the time control was actually 5+2.
Okay.
So it's kind of like this elongated blitz, which is pretty interesting. You know, obviously you get a little bit more time to think than the traditional blitz time controls.
Yeah. With 2-second increment, probably there's a lot of people who can just win a game at the end off of the increment. Like, not just, you know, a king and queen versus king situation, but like an end game up a pawn or something. You'd probably see a lot of people could just convert it.
Mm-hmm.
With a 1-second increment, you need to be like really close to winning when you're out of time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's designed to at least like stop someone from flagging, right? Because if you just keep making free moves or even very fast moves, like you can stay alive, but you know you have to be like in the zone to even be able to do that.
All right, they're off.
3+1. Here we go.
New angle
Knight
from
F3.
Dalton.
Okay. Totally different opening. Double fianchetto.
Match strategy wise, I don't understand. Like with e4, he has just been completely cutting through Kostia's opening. Kostia
What are
repeated
we-
it,
what
lost
is
again.
this? Double fianchetto from both players.
I mean, is there any reason you can think of, Max, that if you're winning
Total
with a
symmetry,
certain
are you
opening,
kidding me? Okay,
you
are
would
these
switch
guys
it?
trolling right now. What are we gonna see next? Knight d2, knight d7.
Maybe. But now he's thinking because apparently this isn't his normal opening. Why didn't he play e4, Max? Why did he not? Like, does he feel bad for Kostia or something? Kostia's winning the match on points, so you don't need to feel bad for him. The match score is 4.5, 2.5. That was the score in 5-1. We've now started 3-1. We've got 45 minutes of this. I mean, if I win multiple games in a row in the same opening, I can't think of any reason why I would switch to a different one.
I mean, I've been in that position too, where like you like to switch things up when you're playing against the same player. Like you don't want to repeat openings, but it has been going very well for him. Yeah, so I don't see a reason. Like I'm sure he'll go back to it before the match is over, but maybe he just wanted to experiment with something new.
Kostia prepares queen f6. That's what I would have done too, because it's very awkward here to reposition the queen with the pressure on d5. So he's going to need to anchor the knight.
Queen b2 with queen f6.
All right, 30-second lead on the clock emerging.
Maybe knight c3 here. I guess it's just so equal. It feels like. I don't know if White can really claim much of an edge.
I'm just staring at Dalton's clock. I'm just watching it like tick hypnotically.
50-second difference.
Kostia plays his move in 1 second. Here he does have a choice between the king or the knight. It's not super important.
Yeah, I was thinking king. And now the knight on d5 is quite strong because if you play like knight d2, you have to watch out for knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you go knight a3. But then even still, knight c3 is a potential issue. Okay, he's just got to pick something. I mean, in blitz, you can't be tanking like this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it can be fairly said that White is minutely worse on the board. So I guess
maybe
that
knight
could be a reason.
fd2.
Mm-hmm. Rook
Rook
c1 to
c1.
play knight c3.
Okay. Maybe knight e4 though.
Right, knight e4
Okay,
maybe.
rook c8 also solid.
Knight takes b3, knight d5 is check.
Maybe just trade on c3, knight e4. Black will be slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
But he does
Yeah,
have to watch out for get pinned along the diagonal.
right. But your knight is in a
Knight
position
e4.
where it could always go to d6 or c5. And
Right.
the reason your idea is so good is to try and play rook c2.
Yeah.
So now the follow-up has to be e5. What?
Bishop d5 first.
What?
Interesting. Maybe
What?
f3. No?
What in the heck is that? What was wrong with e5?
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking maybe White can go f3, e4 there.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the exact same thing after Black played bishop d5, that White should just go f3,
Yeah.
e4.
Okay, so Kosta's going for activity. Doesn't care about the a7 pawn.
No, for sure not. I mean, the goal is just to play this.
Yeah. Yeah, knight b5 was kind of unprovoked. So what is he going to
Yeah.
do now? And he's got 20 seconds again. Oh, my.
Whew.
Come on, you got to be
Man.
moving.
Oof.
on a7. This looks disastrous for white.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I mean, material is equal, but
But the king is trapped.
what does white do?
The king is trapped.
Okay, he's going to slowly get his knight back.
Oh, he's going b5, knight d6.
Yeah.
So Kostya has to figure out what he wants. What?
A4.
That's a little surprise
Maybe he
there.
didn't like knight d6. No, but b4, you just take the bishop.
That was a bit of a surprise.
Hmm.
Looks good for Kostya. He's got the time to think. So he could go for b4 because his bishop's
You think
covering
b4?
a8. And then
Yeah.
go rook b2,
Then
rook
try to target the
b3.
b3 pawn.
He could also play rook b2 right here without even spending a move on b4. Rook b2, white's going to have to go for like a5 and just sack the b3 pawn, right? Because they don't want to play a b5, rook b3 with the rook behind the pawn.
Bishop. Please don't flag again, please.
Gets control of a6. He's at 0.5.
Moving. Okay. Knight c4. King g2.
Rook d3. Hey, he played a couple really
He's got
fast
knight
moves
c5
there.
coming.
Yeah.
So probably king e7, knight c5, rook d6.
Oh, but Kostya's king gets to c3. No.
Oh. Okay, rook a5, rook c4 he has.
Oh, nice save. Nice save.
And now the rook can get to b7.
Yeah. Kostya sends that
Okay, rook f5
king
is
away.
nice to stabilize over there. Wow, who is even better here?
It's equal.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Now it's a time scramble. This is the first time we've seen them both.
Oh my gosh, Kostya's down to 2 seconds.
Consistently this slow, yeah.
We've never seen
Trying to
this.
trap
Yeah.
his rook.
Oh
Rook
my
is trapped.
god!
The rook is trapped.
Amazing!
Wow.
Amazing.
That's what we want to see from Dalton. Yeah, he put on the jets there. That was nice.
Wow. So he's got a gear. He's got a gear.
Yeah, he's just got to get into that gear earlier. Okay, now we see the e3 poison. Here we go.
All right, I
David's
predict to
favorite.
you that white is not better at move 12.
Okay. As long as Kostya doesn't allow another greed gift. A6.
All right. Dalton's trying to prove me wrong. He's trying to give Kostya the advantage.
Okay, double fianchetto approach. I have to admit, I'm never exactly sure what's going on when white plays e3 and then they play g3.
I'll tell you what's going on. It's somebody who doesn't know how to play the opening in chess.
Yeah, a little Swiss cheese approach.
Oh my word. Black could play dc4, bc4, e5 with a very comfortable position.
Looks like it's about that. Okay, c5 he goes.
Not as good, but what can you do?
Well, I don't know. Once white gets... Okay, he's going for a slow build-up.
But it is move
What do you think
12,
he
and
didn't
we
like
can
about
say that white
D4?
does not have the advantage. That prediction came true.
What do you think about d4 there? Maybe he didn't want to allow like the c4 pawn to be weak.
I think the main thing to do here for white is just a4, a5, throw it at black.
Oh, and yet sometimes they play like f4 with this kind of structure.
Yeah.
Quite peculiar.
Yeah.
Not your normal setup.
Oh, man. C5 is like so much worse than E5.
Okay, he's got the fianchettoed knight. And we see f4.
You're right about that. Knight heading to B4. That's a very strong maneuver
D4 is
by
tempting,
Dalton.
but you don't want to allow the knight to d4. At least not yet. Yeah, I was thinking G4 actually. Yeah. Yeah, these positions are
Nice.
pretty wild.
Nice. Good moves from both players.
I feel wasn't there something like this in the American Cup? Someone played some kind of a
Mm-hmm.
maybe like Aronian. Or,
Yeah,
I don't know
Aronian
if it
played
was-
like this.
Yeah, maybe it was. Savian had something similar too. I think. Well, he had more of like a Stonewall setup. H4. Okay. Only question is, okay, maybe he wants H5 and then try to get the knight from G2 to get into the game. But again, almost a minute on the clock, he's up.
Mm-hmm.
What does Black do here? Like, how does he try to?
He's got to attack the
Counterplay.
D3 pawn with Rook D8 and Knight B4.
Which is just running up the flank. Maybe Rook D1.
Well, I think Kostya could just play G6 now. Black's move order was odd there with Bishop F8. Like, if you want to play Bishop F8, I think you should play G6 first as Black.
Mm.
I think.
F5.
Wow.
Interesting.
And I'll say this: it's
I have-
strategically intricate. It's beyond what what we're used to.
Yeah, this is some very unique.
Beyond what
play.
I'm qualified to comment as well. F5.
It's got the bathtub formation, right? And
Yeah.
once on G5, H5.
Almost a double bathtub. Weird. Very weird.
Yeah, this is unique.
Good question.
How
Does
does each side make
Kostya,
progress?
as Black, play the Nimzo or Quid? And the answer is not really. So he doesn't play this B3 poison or E3 poison, whatever it's called. He doesn't play it with colors reversed as a defense.
How do we break through? I feel like you gotta move the queen somehow. And then try to, like... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Either get... I feel like H6 is what you're going for.
H6 for white? And then when
Yeah,
Black
to
plays
try to open the
G6, what do you do?
diagonal. Well, then I had ideas at some point of sacking.
Okay,
on
he's
G6.
done it. So you're going to play knight takes G6 and then like H7 check?
See, I don't know if it works right here, but that's the idea. Like, that's why I wanted to have my queen maybe on H3 first.
The reason it doesn't work is because Black can play King F7 probably. Oh, but then maybe
Yeah.
you move the knight and you get an exchange back on H8. That's not quite enough. You'd have to really queen that pawn for free almost.
Yeah, before I was thinking even some knight D5. Wait a minute, can you even think about that here?
You can, but so like you go knight G6, HG6, H7,
No, I'm thinking knight D5.
knight
right
D5
here.
first,
Yeah.
pawn takes, and then knight G6.
Pawn takes, queen takes, rook F7, then knight G6.
Oh, I see your move order.
So we open the diagonal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Max, I think you were right.
I don't like this though, because
Look at this, folks. Knight D5, pawn takes, check. Here. Black can't take because H7 just ends the game.
Nah, I don't. Well, okay, the E6 pawn is weak, but I don't really like the direction that this went in, because now the F4 pawn is going to be weak long term.
Yeah, knight F8 holds that, no problem too.
I mean,
Dalton
he
aims
does
at
have the
F4.
diagonal, but he needs to put it to use quickly.
Yeah, Kostya's got his extra 20 seconds, but that won't last for long. He's got to open up the center with
D4.
D4. Good choice. And then D5. Yes, make the pass pawn. That was the only correct way. Now bring the queen back to C3 or something.
Oh, geez, Dalton has a second on the clock.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop F6?
Got to take that. Preparing queen C3. Playing queen C3. Poor king is
Okay.
running. Knight
King
G3.
F7.
Knight G3.
Yeah, knight G3 now.
He uses his couple seconds and finds it. And then puts the rook on the
He's
E
just gonna
file.
trade down.
Now it's a
Yeah,
test
this
of
looks-
Kostya with just a couple seconds on the clock.
I mean,
Can
he's
he
gonna.
hold it together?
Ooh, okay, queen g8, queen e6. Queen f7, what?
Black predicted queen e6, pre-moved accordingly.
No, but never bet. I feel
And
like
a
White
draw.
should have been winning there.
I think that's like a situation like neither player had enough time to know if they should play for a win.
Yeah.
Intense finish.
There was some sharp stuff though. See if they were a little bit more, they had a bit more time. Maybe we could have seen
Yeah,
some more fireworks.
could have seen some fireworks there. I agree. If either had
Okay, we have a
time to
draw
calculate
now.
something. All right, Dalton switching it around some more. Some other funny stuff. The
Trump,
Torre
this is-
attack.
c4.
Yeah.
c5. Okay, now I have
What?
officially no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
Just already pretty foreign territory to me. Now it's just
Looks like White
Wars.
has one.
so okay. Queen d4. What is he gonna do?
He's just gonna
Just gives
play
up a
on down a
pawn.
pawn. He's gonna assume the position, as
He
Jesse
wants
would say.
f5.
Yeah, I mean, he wants a castle, but I wouldn't allow him if I were White. I would go Bishop b5 and then Queen e4.
Yeah.
I'm up a pawn. You
queen.
no castle. This is I mean, it's similar idea, but I
Maybe
would say
a6
less
now.
reliable. Less reliable.
Okay, with the bishop. Yeah, this is ugly. I don't know why. Like, can Black really get away with d5 and c5 there?
Nope.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's
We've just
too
seen
much.
that Black can't. It was kind of like what Grunfeld style, right? You just throw your pawn at the center and you know it's going to work out somehow. But I think for it to
Yeah.
work here, you need your bishop on g7 already, so you're
Yeah,
not getting
you
that doubled
don't have
pawn
that
thing.
bishop there to begin with.
That breaks your central
Okay,
control.
but Dalton is once again tanking.
He could have played bishop g7 if he wanted, right? That's Grunfeld style as well, right? cd5, knight d5, like you just don't care about your center, and then you just throw c5 at White whenever you want to from there. That would sort of make sense to me.
Okay, when you
Long
already
think
used
here.
up half your time by move 10.
A minute to find queen e4. He had to go back and check the VOD, and then he was like, oh yeah, queen e4. Why did I play queen before? Good thing I watched an instructional video during my blitz game.
Well, now at least Costa has the bishop pair, but still, that
Yeah.
pawn on d5 is gonna be a nuisance.
Yeah. Kostya's been gifted exactly one tempo, plus that bishop trade off on d7, which is not ideal. So
Okay, the long castles, which is bold.
plenty of counterplay here would be my summary. Wait, did he have the move b4 right here? What are they thinking about? Oh no, d6 and knight d5.
Wait, you mean b4 after castles?
Yeah, just b4. Because, you know, knight b1, rook c8, king d2, bishop
Well, yeah,
takes
probably
b2.
d6, knight d5.
But the idea was d6, knight d5, right? So in that
Yeah.
case, I think Kostya should have played rook h c8. But whatever he played, it set his opponent thinking, so I guess it was brilliant.
Yeah, well, he wants to put the other rook on c8.
Yeah. But the thing was, he just wanted to get the rook on the other side of the king because of d6, and sometimes, even if it's not the ideal rook, you just play rook c8 as fast as possible to win a piece, right, with the b4 threat. Like, the rook on d8's not that good. You're going to end up doubling both rooks on the c file in most scenarios anyway, so you just play rook h c8, you know, d6, then king e8 or f8, and you just continue with your plan.
So where does White go from here?
Into the
Double on
tank?
d-file?
Into the tank.
Yeah, that time difference is just growing.
Do you think that Kostya is going to end up
Maybe.
doubling on the c file anyway? Oh, look at that.
Maybe knight b3, knight a5. Or no, but as soon as you go knight b3, they can take on c3,
They can take on
I guess.
c4, yeah. Black's next lever is going to be to play f4. Oh, White may have stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Maybe G5 by black?
A little impressive there. I think, yeah, advance, squeeze with the pawns. Squeeze with the pawns since we don't have that nice F4 move. Just
If I
advance.
can get a pair of rooks off, could help.
Yes, it would help a little bit.
H4. Okay, so he doesn't want G, but black can always still play H6, G5 if they really want to.
Mm-hmm.
H5? I didn't really like H5.
Yeah, he just wants,
wants
to
to
go
put all his pawn on
A5,
the
A4.
E3. Okay. Kostia is
Someone
just
in chat says, very unexpected to see Dalton running so low on time. Oh, so bishop takes D4 here.
Kostia, and Kostia is keeping him under pressure too.
Just taking a
Maybe-
piece.
Oh, okay.
Just taking a
Take
piece
him
off.
D4.
Dalton nods. He's like, yep, that's what happens.
No.
That's what happens when you're pre-moving and there's still lots of pieces on the board. Knight F3.
Okay, we're gonna see a little bit more of
A little bit more of the poison.
creativity from Kostia.
I guess Dalton is really afraid of knight b5. He really likes just keeping his bishop on d6. In general, my theory would be if the opponent plays knight b5, then I can play bishop e7, you know, and life goes on. But
Yeah, these I don't know. I've played these setups a little bit with white, but I've never gone for a double fianchetto. Like I'll usually play queen c2, and then either bishop e2 or bishop d3.
okay, white needs to play d4 here, or black can play
Double
e5.
fianchetto is interesting though.
Kostia plays queen e2, but in his defense, he's got all his time left.
So you like e5 again here for black?
Oh yeah, glorious position. Glorious position. And as white, I would play d4, so that if black ever plays e5, I can push d5 and at
Maybe
least
doesn't like
have some space.
with e5. Can white maybe play knight h4, try to get the knight to f5?
Sure.
I mean, I guess playing g6 for black isn't a big deal though.
Yeah.
Okay, again with a4.
But yeah, also when you go knight h4, black can trade on g2, right? We can
Yeah.
white's light squares. And then there's nothing wrong with putting a pawn on g6
But
then.
now he just plays knight h4 just normally.
Just willy-nilly. Now the pawn on e6 is looking like a genius, but
So he's going for the bathtub attack again, probably.
okay, queen d7 to c6 is an interesting theme in this position, but rook fd8 first is pretty obviously good. Now queen d7 looks very good. Similar. Exactly the same, in fact. In
is he gonna
fact,
do to
even
defend?
slightly better than queen d7, just staying out of the way of the rook.
e5.
There we go,
okay.
e5.
Okay.
Actually, now queen d7 would have an advantage. You'd be threatening queen h3 winning. Just by surprise, like, oops, sorry.
e4.
Committal. So, knight d5 is
I
coming.
was thinking maybe d4. I don't know how good that would have been, but
Yeah, I agree with you structurally. All right. Dalton wants to put the bishop on c5. Kostia is hoping to have bishop takes e5 in case of that.
yeah, where's that knight going now?
Trade opens up the c file. Where is the knight going is a good question. Now,
C5,
can white
okay.
play a5? It's really desirable. Doesn't.
Maybe black
for the
should play
moment.
a5.
White's position looks good for the first time this game. That trade on d5 really gave white their first advantage of the game. Wow, b5 anyway from black. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because
Yeah.
he's going to become worse eventually. If he gives white time for rook fc1, knight e3, etc., it's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, he's gonna have at least the pass pawn to do something with. Of course, yeah. Where to go from here? Like, should Black think about c6 maybe to break up White's center bind?
That makes sense. And I think
C6 or
b4,
C8.
b4, b3, queen b5 would be the other plan, right? Just use that that pawn you mentioned. Oh my god, he's stretching on his move and leaning away from the computer. You can't back up. You got to stay on that mouse. Look, he doesn't even have his hand on his mouse.
25 seconds.
He doesn't even have his hand on his mouse. That's like against the
93 is
rules in
good.
Blitz.
Yeah. Okay, so now he's gonna. Okay, b4 he goes. Where does
Kostya.
Kostya go from here?
Kostya just went under 2 minutes. Unbelievable.
This position just like doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what is going on.
Kostya's so fast. Also in classical chess, he's so fast, right? He's got that like I just don't care about my position kind of feeling. Just like
Kostya
whatever.
does?
Whatever. I'll just play some moves and I'll notice when there are some tactics and avoid
I
them.
mean, in this match, he can just get away with like playing whatever because it's gonna be up on the clock regardless.
Yeah. I think knight b6 to c4 might
Maybe
be
Queen g4 he's gonna
effective.
play.
Oh yeah, queen g4 looks interesting too. That's a nice clean move as well. King on h1 is definitely better than on g1.
Okay. I mean, where to go from here? Okay, so he does trade.
Yeah, he's going to go rook f5 and double
Uh-huh.
on that side.
That's scary to abandon the king side like that for black. Like
Yeah,
maybe White can even play like rook h5 or something.
I'm wondering that exact thing. But rook d1 was a good move.
I would play rook h5 now.
I would play bishop e5 now.
Yeah.
Maybe Kostya will play rook e5 after long thought because it flags the opponent like in a previous game. This is glorious.
Maybe just queen d4, prepare f6. Okay, now queen b. Actually, hold on.
Is there anything wrong with queen c4?
Yeah, just queen c4. Okay, we're at least Dalton surviving into the endgame, I guess, unless Kostya decides. Yeah, I'll just take on b4, just up a pawn.
King
Well,
g2.
at least the position's simplified enough that Dalton hopefully won't flag.
Ooh, a vicious maneuver from
Tricky.
Kostya. But he gives up his f-pawn. The attempted vicious maneuver. Uh-oh.
Goes up h2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the knight.
Yeah, the knight.
Another. And now he's just completely winning.
Yeah.
That's like a few times now we've seen a piece just dropped in a time scramble.
Yeah. I think that's pretty normal
Yeah, I
in
mean,
that sort of a situation.
even at this level.
Oof. Sending the king to hell. Rook a5 to a7, yeah.
Maybe just knight f5.
d5 is good
yeah,
too.
whatever.
Yeah, why not? Push him all the way. Push him all the
Wow.
way. All right, and 15 minutes left on the match.
How
Okay.
long again is the last portion?
Sorry, what was the question?
How long is the last segment?
25 minutes of bullet, 1+1.
So are they gonna do the whole?
They're going to try and do the whole match, yeah. I've pushed my lesson back 15 minutes.
I just have to go in about 20 minutes.
Okay, cool.
So I guess I'll go right before the bullet.
Yeah. Yes, this format perfectly mirrors it. Yeah, it's exactly the format. I don't know if there's a break in the 45 minutes of 3-1 normally, or if Kostya added this break
Usually-
in, but it was a short one, so.
Well, in the matches, usually they have, I don't know, like a 5-minute break between each portion.
Right. And I know that the first portion of 5-minute chess, there's a break in the middle of it, but I
there
don't.
is?
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a break like partway through the 3-minute portion. I think
No, I don't
probably
think so,
not.
'cause it's not that long.
Yeah. Okay, here's Kostya's other opening. Is
There
this
we
what you
go.
called the horse?
That's what they call the horse. Yes.
That's what they call the horse. Okay.
You know,
That's like
I faced it in rapid a couple times against like pretty high rated players, and like it's not easy to play against. Like you would think, I'm just gonna develop, treat it like a Perg castle,
Mhm.
but if Black knows what they're doing, it's actually could be dangerous.
A6, preparing queenside pawn storm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've usually seen it a lot of times. Well, I usually put the bishop on e3. I usually go for an h3 bishop e3 setup, but then they'll play e5.
Uh-huh.
Bet you to play d5, and then I don't know, it gets a little odd.
Ooh, c5 from
This
Kostya is a
is-
very nice move. That basically just refuted what White did with d5, knight d4. Just straight up refuted it. Because if White backs off here with the knight, Black plays b5, and you've basically just handed Black 2 tempi, moving your knight back and forth. And if you take like this, b takes c6 is Kostya's choice. He can also take with the knight, but you've spent your move playing d5 and then you trade, right? So
Oh, he takes the pawn.
yeah, he
Or-
takes with the pawn.
Wow.
He wants to get
I
the
was
b
thinking
file
he was
open
gonna
right
take with
away.
the knight and treat it like a dragon.
Yeah, that's what I expected too. Would that have literally been a position from the dragon, though, is a good question. Let's see. Knight c6.
Well, the bishop's not usually on g5 in the dragon, but otherwise,
If the bishop were on e3 and pawn were on f3, then you would be in a dragon.
but
Then
White
you'd
hasn't played
literally be in a dragon.
f3, so I feel like Black is ahead there.
Right, you'd be a dragon where Black played a6 against castle's queen.
And White hasn't played f3, so like Black is a couple moves.
So Black is maybe one move ahead if Kostya plays knight takes c6 there. That's how bad d5 and knight d4 turned out to be. I mean, they're good-looking moves, but they just didn't work. But he went for something else, even more aggressive. He wanted that extra tempo to push the c-pawn and take away space from White. Now his main plan is probably a5, a4, a3, but White can try to blockade at a4 and b5. So there's one of the longest things we've seen from Kostya early in a game. 20 seconds, and he decides...
So is White gonna go h5?
I think White's going to play a4.
Thinking a4 first.
I mean, I would have played a4 instantly.
I guess
just
h5
because,
is not that scary because we can allow hg, right?
I mean, h5 I have to calculate, h5, a4, right? If I play a4, I mean, how's Black stopping h5? And now I've stopped everything Black can do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he plays a4 in the end. But he's down over a minute on the clock. Kostya wants to go bishop b3, cb3, knight d4, but White prepares bishop takes c6 as an in-between move. Can Black go bishop b3, bishop c6, rook c8, then bishop b5, bishop e6? Not especially what Black wants.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, this is why Kostya had to think before playing a5, because this a4 bishop b5 is not easy to get through. Okay, it goes knight b4. White pulls
This
the
is some
trigger.
very sharp stuff over here.
Yeah, this is like the hardest we've seen Kostya think early in a game so far, or one of the hardest.
But Dallin is very low on the clock once again. I mean,
Yeah.
just 16 moves in, already under a minute.
Yeah. As bishop takes b3, a move for black. In general, it's not desirable for black because after white plays c takes b3, how do you break through? White tucks the king,
Yeah, I was thinking b4.
puts the bishop on c4.
If you can take on b3 and put the knight on d4. But even then, bishop c4 holds the pawn.
Yeah, if you get the knight on d4, you can sort of like consider it because you get enough
Yeah.
pressure against b3. But without
Yeah.
the knight on d4, I don't see how you would ever break through that structure. Okay, here comes the h file.
Okay, so is he going to throw the queen in?
Probably.
I mean, is Dallin still going to have to play f3 at some point? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he could
Yeah, 'cause
maybe
now
play.
the knight is tied down to h7.
He could maybe play f4, f5 or something, but
Yeah. e5.
oh, but Kostya would
he
play
wants knight
c4.
e4 maybe?
Kostya would play c4, queen e3 maybe in some case. Okay, knight e4 is
Wants
big.
knight e4.
Knight e4 is serious business. Rook a7
Knight g5
to use a
now,
different piece.
maybe.
Rook a7 would have been a really handy move.
Maybe a rook g7, knight c5.
Oof, you're
because
right. Knight c5 would have been so sick.
That would have been a better order, right?
Yeah, because on knight c5,
Because now you allow queen a2.
black can't even
Oh,
take because
no.
of queen g7, right? Famous
And
trick.
now the tables are going to turn. Queen a1, queen b2 at the very least.
Uh-oh, here comes Kostya. And 2 seconds for
Rook
the
c8 You
opponent.
can also consider.
Good luck.
Oh, but bishop c4 is a threat. So yeah, queen a1, I think.
Good luck with your 1 second.
He's going to flag.
Yeah, queen d4 looks
0.1
very
second
good.
there. Nope. Ah, yikes.
I mean, normally we would
Okay.
root like really heavily for Kostya on our channel, but it's been a little bit sad to see to
Yeah.
see the opponent flagging so much. At least for me, since like my whole life is flagging, it's like sad to see that. Oh, Kyle, that's good for you because you'll be able to analyze the game really quickly too if it's only 13 moves. You get to check one off on your plan pretty easily.
Okay. Okay, now Dallin deviates. He goes with b6.
Yeah.
b6 kind of early. I've seen more often black will play bishop b7 castles than b6. So let's see if it transposes.
I mean, when he's getting a good position out of the opening every time, my first advice to him would be like, don't spend 10 seconds on random moves in the opening. Like every opening, you're getting a good position. Stop double checking and worrying or whatever, right?
Okay,
He's
now-
playing the exact same thing.
Oh, not g3 again. Come on. I thought we were going to say something new.
I need to check in with Kostya and see if he knows that his openings are bad. Or if he
I
doesn't
usually
realize.
play queen c2 there, and I know that there's like a line where you take on d5, and then there's like some interesting stuff, but I don't know. I don't like this g3 stuff.
B4. Oh, it's so funky.
Yeah, then now okay, what's gonna happen here? Is he gonna take with the knight, let g7 fall, then take b4? He takes with the pawn, because he's gonna win the b4 pawn.
He can't take the B4 pawn because of queen A4.
Ah, right.
He needs to just, I don't know, castle or something. I mean, he's playing too funky.
But see, now he has to cover knight c6.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if bishop b7, then queen a4.
Yeah, he's let things get a little bit funky. Bishop B7, queen A4, C6, knight C6, queen D7, B5.
Yeah, so b4 looked very weird, but it is kind of tactically justified here.
Yeah.
And again, he's down to half his time by move 10.
Yeah. All right, good luck Good luck, Evan.
Oh yeah, good luck. He's got his game coming up. Yeah.
Gets castled. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I mean, it should have just been made faster, right? That decision.
Yep.
Like the pawn in e4 is still gonna be really annoying for white.
Yeah, it's good enough. Man, this is what it must look like to watch me play. Just like thinking on every single damn move.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blitz game.
I caution all of you not to watch my match. It's going to be the same feeling here. I'll be like thinking for a million moves before playing bishop b7, which everyone would have played instantly, except for me or Dalton. Wow, Kostya's playing more funky moves. He's taking all the liberties.
Yeah.
More funky moves. Is he not going to castle? Is he just going to play like h3, h4?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Oh, man.
Because if he castles, he's inviting queen h3, knight g4, then all the light squares are going to be weak.
Yeah. b5 was Dalton's plan. He was ready for a5, Kostya. Were you ready for this too, Kostya? I guess so.
a6.
Deep in thought again. Yeah.
Takes on c4.
Yeah.
He wants bishop c4, bishop d5.
Right, but he was calculating queen c4, bishop d5, queen c7 before making this move.
Yeah. I mean, I think what players who like to think a lot realize that even if you don't make the most precise decisions, like the fact that you're playing faster, like you'll be able to make up for it somewhere.
Yeah, I've got a
You don't
question
have
for
to be
you.
super precise in blitz.
I've got a question for you if we go back a moment. On a6, couldn't he just have taken it with his bishop? What? It was just hanging.
Well, then I guess yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because there's no c takes b5.
No, there's no anything with this. That was the point of b5.
Oh man. All right,
Ghost
what
is
does
going to
Ghost
win
want
this game
now?
too.
Maybe b5. Maybe there's c4.
Why not just take on c5?
Or knight
Wasn't
b6.
that winning?
Well, I guess he didn't like knight takes, and then knight's going to b3,
Knight takes, bishop takes e5.
and then knight b3.
Oh, and
Or I
then
guess
knight
rook
b3.
c8.
Oh my god, I blundered that.
But then there's rook c8. Rook c8, and then d2 is hanging, so it's a little messy.
So Kostya's really trying to play b6. Rook a3, yeah.
Another rook endgame, where Kostya.
Oh my god, there was an amazing tactic there, Max. On knight b3, here, he could have just played b6, leaving the rook hanging and the bishop. No,
b6?
pawn takes b6. Okay, never mind, yeah.
But what if knight takes a1?
If knight takes a1, you play b7, the rook moves, and then you play bishop b6. That's why I was like, ooh, that's awesome.
Well, what's going to happen here? He's kind of pinned down to defend that b5 pawn. There's no tricks with b6, because
Right.
you always take back at the rook. Is Kostya going to get zugged out here?
And eventually have to like drop the pawn. Can he go king d2 as needed? Black can play king d5, etc., right? Yeah.
Yeah, Dalton's just going to walk his king over there.
Wait, b6 here doesn't work? No, okay.
King takes, yeah. Okay, we're about to see another time scramble. But now where's he going with the rook? Rook d1?
He's going f3 and g4 for
No.
counterplay. The same pawn majority he had over on the queen side before, actually.
Oh.
Oh!
Was there rook b6
There was definitely rook b6 there.
Oh
But
my
I mean, you can
God.
only play so many moves on a 1 second increment, right? Before something happens. Whoa! Allowing
I
rook
mean-
g4 with check. Well, weird moves. There goes the e-pawn. And we'll
Okay, this is just going to be a draw.
see
I
the
guess.
second draw of the match, probably.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be a draw.
Woo!
Wow.
Oh, sorry, third draw. Third draw of the match. And time is up. 30 seconds left. Wait.
So what are they trying to play the last game? Well, usually they start it like.
Yeah,
even if
usually
there's
they would
25
start
seconds
even though
left.
there's like 30 seconds, but I'm just moving things along.
All right.
According to the rules, they should start another one right there.
Yeah.
According to the real rules.
All right. Well, I guess this break is a good time for me to check out before the blitz portion.
Yeah.
But it's been fun.
Yeah. Any advice for Kostya from you, Max, from what you've seen today? Like, if you were his coach, if you were giving him a tip before he goes into his next match, what would be like the one thing you would...
I mean, I think he's got to do something to address that Taimana sideline that he was playing because it was looking pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe just more horse. I mean, it's blitz. Like, just play the horse. Who cares?
Mm-hmm. Play some more horse.
Yeah, more horse. Personally, I don't know about that double fiend keto E3 poison, but taste is subjective, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think time-wise he was doing pretty well. He should definitely try to. I think what people are saying in chat is correct. He should get some training in against someone that's like a fast player.
Right.
You know, to have like sort of an opposite approach.
Yeah. So maybe some more horse and maybe like specifically play a match against somebody who's super fast and see how
or
that
even
feels.
Just, a couple games.
Somebody who plays maybe less good moves but faster and gives a totally different feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Max.
Yep. I will leave you to good luck commentating the bullet.
All right.
And yeah.
See you next time.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let me just mention this real quick while we're waiting for the bullet portion to start. Dojo 2, Dojoversary, May 14th through 15th. You can make plans to be there. We'll have a big tournament. We'll have a big stream. We'll have some of everything. We'll hit a lot of our favorite shows. Have some guests. The arena is going to be like probably like a classical or probably like a classical arena. So it'll be like you can drop in and play a couple classical games anytime you want for the program. We'll do some supervised sparring and some stuff like that. Let me reset this. They get 14 minutes of this. Let me give them some more seconds. About 20 seconds in. And start! Alright. Interesting. Pawn on c5 that couldn't be captured. But it was just a temporary thing. Now material's all equal. Yeah, hoping to have a match of dojo rivals. Oh, 2 pieces hanging. Did Kosti just get hurt? Did he just get hurt? He fought over this b6 pawn. He tried to be fancy. He got fancied. Play something else fancy. Those knights are hard to control on c3 and b4. It's like, what do you do as white? You sort of sit there and flag. But there's got to be something to be done. There's got to be something to be done, but that's where I wouldn't know what to do right there. That's where I would have lost all my time as white. Nice, Pumpkin. That was a great match. That was a great show. That was a great day. Oh, wait, it was supposed to be 25 minutes of this, right? Not 15? Okay. So let me add another 10. There we go. The knight's acting like it's trapped. It was actually defended for the moment, but... Look at those horses, right? They're all over the place. It's confusing. If you were white, wouldn't you be confused? I'm confused. Oh! Oh, a tactic! Dalton is now up a full rook, if I'm not miscounting. That's brutal. Wow. He's looking very much confident in the 1 minute chess so far. Very fast. Wow. Goes to playing around with the knights, and there's first blood in bullet. Goes to Dalton. He's got a long way to go if he wants to recover this match. He came into it down 4 points. Now he's down 3 points overall in the standings. Kostya brings us a trump. What here? Knight b3 probably? Knight e4. Yeah, I tried playing this opening for white just because it was something that I never used to play and I wanted to experiment a little bit, and I had real trouble with it. Oof, real trouble. Couldn't figure out how to get out of the opening with white, even though this opening is sort of famous for being solid, right? But yeah, I don't know what to do with Kostya's position here. Turns out I can't play this as white or as black, this opening. Had trouble on both sides. Oof, couple hanging pieces. Black finds the moment to strike. Brutal. Brutal. This is just absolutely brutal, this position. The bishop on e3 is still in bad shape. White's kingside structure gets eaten up. Queen e7 looks really good to me. Goes for it. Now I would trade with f3 and play queen h4. Oh yeah, f3 first is best. Then you trade and then queen h4. That's going to be a GG. I'm getting ready to enter in the next result. Fighting, fighting. Queen h3 is mate. Two games down. Kostya's lead has been cut in half in about 6 minutes. Less, just over 5 minutes. King's Indian finally gets a King's Indian. Man, Dalton's like playing better in 1 minute than he was playing in 3 and 5 minutes. I mean, he was playing well in those formats, right? Because he was taking his time, but he's playing like even better now. It feels like he's ready for everything, knows what he wants to do against everything. He seems comfortable in every different opening suddenly. What happened? Where did this man come from? All right. Kostya knows his way around the King's Indian. Throws an F-pawn at white. White takes control of the E6 square. Can put a knight or a bishop there. Kostya's queen is almost checkmated now. Almost. Knight D7 looks pretty good. To bring the rook to D7. But Maddie continues the pressure on the black queen. Continues to attack her. Trying to track her down, checkmate her, go to the endgame. But Kostya is ready for that. He'll just trade queens, play rook b8 to b2. This bishop gets ready in anticipation of the counterplay here. And Maddie needs a different plan. And suddenly we sort of flash back to that sort of thinking what to do kind of feeling. Taking with the knight. That was the right choice probably. Wow, good move. Now there's rook d8, checkmating the queen on the back rank. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But instead he goes for this, which is also up a pawn, but rook d8 would have been killer, unless I'm blundering something, which definitely at this pace, very likely. Bishop d5, where's the knight headed? Where's the a-pawn headed? Black needs to somehow get through that b3 square, or they don't have anything. So Kostya sends the knight on a mission. c6. Knight back to c3 looks good enough. Kostya's down 2 pawns. Still looking for a way out. Down 2 pawns. I don't see anything really to do. He's going to go attack that knight. And they're fighting over that b3. They are fighting over bishop c5. King has to get ready to defend the bishop on e6 in case of rook c8. Tempo. Grabs the pawn. White repeats a move. Kostya grabs another pawn and has rook b8. Oh, Kostya's on fire. He's King's Indianing it. It's all coming together for him. Here comes his king. He's alive. He's alive. Open up the bishops. Go to b2. Keep the bishop pair. Wow, what a beautiful position for Kostya now. Don't trade the pawn too quickly for white. No. Oh, my God. The knights. They found their squares. They found their purpose. And Kostya goes to try and trade things down a little bit. Knight c5. Oh, snackaroo. Oh, man, and we can't get on the board in bullet. $15 to go. Kostya's lead is more or less gone. He's up 1 point. And he's going to have to figure out how to beat Maddie in bullet. In bullet, he's rated 100 points lower than Dalton. Yeah, I guess trying to win that endgame off of the bishop pair is not kind of a bullet thing. This position looks very good for white. Dalton just sacks the pawn without a second thought. Just boom, boom, boom. He knows what to do. Rook e8 coming next. But trades and queen d4 check is good. Trades, and now black doesn't have f5 in one move after you play f3. So Kostya keeps the extra pawn, and black's opening is a disaster. Rook c1. Kostya worries about f5, but rook c1 would have been a good tempo right there because, you know, even if f5, you go rook takes c7 check, and that rook on c7 is just winning the game. regardless of what happens on e4. Finally, the rook to c1. Yes. And the king comes in. King's headed to d4. It's a very strong square for the king. That pawn trade's very nice for Kostya. Then just drop back. Black's got another weakness. b3, rook c5, or rook f or rook hd1 is good too. Now he's just got to get at that knight. He's got to attack it with the rooks. Offering trades is good. Rook c5 to a5 is good too. King comes in. Check that king back. Whoa, it goes very, very bold. Bishop c4 would force the bishop for knight trade, which I think Kostya is advised to do. And Kostya goes for it. Now rook f2 perhaps. Yes! We both got that one right, Kostya, you and me. I'm feeling good for both of us. Bring up the king, and then the b pawn. The b pawn's the candidate. You always have to know where your win is, right? This is where Kostya's win is hiding. Black down to 2 seconds, and Kostya knows. He knows where it is. He's done enough endgame senseis. He's going to move that b pawn and keep it moving. King b7 perhaps. And he's got it. He's on the board in bullet. And his lead is back to 2 points. So now the pressure is kind of more equally on both of them again, I would say. Dalton's shown an advantage in bullet, but Kostya still has a 2-point lead, and he's shown that he's still in this. So this opening here was a lot of suffering for Kostya last time. They might still be repeating that other game. This looks exactly like it, doesn't it? Like f5, bishop d5 check, king h8, bishop e6, queen b8 was the last game. Kostya moves the king first. So if white wants to repeat the last game, they could put the bishop on d5, or other things could be done. Wow, Dalton played so fast he was over a minute. That's impressive. It's impressive. He'd added time to his clock until the last move where he spent 20 seconds. But now he's in a whole new pace. He's slowed himself down. What's he thinking about? Bishop takes c6, pawn takes c5. Looks good. You can go for it. Extraordinarily weird move. He spent 24 seconds coming up with it, and extraordinarily weird move that makes a very, very small difference. He's got Kostya in the grinder. That is true. Got him in the grinder. Ouch. 1,000 times ouch. Good move, Kostya. Gotta fight back. You can't just sit there in the grinder. Rook c8 to c4 is probably Kostya's point. He knows he's dropping a couple pawns, but if he just waited in the grinder, let white play rook d7, knight d5, I mean, would have been like resigning. Better to be down 2 pawns. But in the game, sending his queen to the light squares on the king side sneakily. He's not really worried about the c file. He's trying to go for queen h3 or something like that. Well, you've got to take this. King h8, rook d8. Gotta take it. Oh, but if you take it, you also lose. That's a tough spot to be in. Oh, man. Okay, he finds a way to avoid getting instantly mated. Keeps the game going a few more moves. Yes, good job, Kostya. Good job. Good job. It's possible to flood this for white, of course, right? With a couple seconds, you can even hang your rook. to like a pre-move or something. Good job, Kostya. Get behind. Check him again. Go after the H-pawn. No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It got worse. It got worse, and Dalton added almost 10 seconds to his clock, so this is looking gone. Uh-oh. What is Dalton doing? He has to get the king out of the stalemate box at least. Pushing the H-pawn did not help. Kostya with the last twist and turn. And the E-pawn comes home. Dalton gets back on the horse. Kostya did a good job of fighting back on that one. It's a 1-point match with 8 minutes to go. Oh, Kostya's trying for the trompe wall, right? He's not trying to play what I call it before, the Torre attack. He's trying to play the trompe wall, but Maddie's attacking with queen b6 so quickly, Kostya's not getting time to play f4 and knight e5 and that kind of stuff. So we're getting this kind of weird pseudo Londony thing. I think Kostya should try c4 or something in exactly this position. Whenever he gets here, I think this is like the move to mix things up. If black takes, they have to worry about d5, and if black doesn't take, they have to worry about c5. So anyway, here they are live. Knight c1. The knight's headed to d3. It's a good square. And Kostya has just about equalized, right? Like if he goes bishop f4, he's got equality, and he does. Nothing much black can do here to worry Kostya. I mean, f6 e5 is not plausible with this few pieces on the board. You can't play a minority attack with b5 b4 because Kostya has knight c5 then as soon as the b pawn goes past b6. The knight maneuver to c4 doesn't hurt because the knight on d3 is covering that with no problem. No, Pumpkin, no. Wrong lesson, wrong lesson. We're not going to play a bunch of bullet. "30-second lead for Kostya here as the time dwindles down a little bit. Black wants to play knight e4, so maybe rook f e3. And Kostya can kick black with f3 at some point. No, Kostya does something else fancy. Knight h5, not sure what for. And trades the queens off. Now, that's a little comfortable for black because they can play g5 and they've got the h file as well for the rooks. Helps black a little bit. But Kostya sends black packing and wins a pawn. With the last second or two of Dalton's time, Kostya picks up a pawn. Now he wants to play a move like king f2. Oh, and he does. He finds it. And just let the opponent flag. With 0.1 seconds, Dalton refuses to flag. And he gets back in the game. He's up. He's off the mat. He's making moves. He's not flagging. Knight f4 takes his pawn. Kostya takes his pawn. Knight b5. There's king e3. That should be all but it for the game. If this were classical, Kostya would be winning now. Kostya's going to go make an outside pass pawn, but his knight's not very well placed. He should fix the knight first. He does. Oh my Kostya. Oh my Kostya. Oh my Kostya. Now he can do it. Yes. Kostya, it must be said, that was beautiful. That was beautiful, beautiful endgame technique with the 1 second increment. Wow. Kostya up 2 points again. 4 minutes to go. Dalton's got to win the last 2 games to tie this match. Otherwise, Kostya can run out the match clock. He hits him with a last-ditch BOGO. And what's going on? Don't ogle my BOGO. Gives up the dark squares. Some fancy thinking going on here. Heads into a hedgehog. But this is a sad hedgehog. Kostya is essentially dead. Dead right out of the opening of this game. I think white should just play c5 right there. Just whatever. If you're going to lose the pawn anyway. Play c5. Open up all the dark squares, right? Big advantage for white after c5. I think, even losing the pawn. Queen g5. Dalton is looking for some fancy knight e6 stuff, right? Knight e6, knight b5. Kostya shuts down the bishop on b2. Says no. No. Yeah, he had to get something, Pumpkin. It was either take that pawn or just turtle for the whole game. And Kostya took the pawn. What is this fanciness? Are you kidding me? You think that's going to checkmate Kostya? You think you can just mate Kostya like that? No. No. Rook fc8 Kostya, and then you can play knight e8 stopping the mate, and your rooks are defending each other. Oh, but then there'd be knight h6, knight f7. No, knight h6, king f8, and Kostya would win. Yeah, rook fc8 was definitely winning for Kostya. All right, Kostya tries knight h5. He's probably still winning somehow, but it's crazy tricky here. Knight e7 is forced. Oh, but flagging is not going to do it, and Kostya takes the match. There's 1 minute left, 1 game left, and Kostya's lead is now 3 points. All right, they go for the last game. Somewhat doesn't matter for Kostya's preparation because once you're up 3 points with 1 minute to go, he could just sit here and run the clock. Or he can, play good moves until there's any danger of losing and then run the clock. So Kostya did it. He found some resilience and toughness, right? He lost, was it 3 games in a row to start the bullet? That could have been really bad. You could end up just not believing in yourself in bullet, but he did it. He did it. Bravo to Kostya. And, yeah. And he's got the bishop pair here. Let's just see what we think of this game here. Bishop e6 going after c4. Moves for Kostya include rook b1. Tries bishop a3 is an interesting move. Knight d2, rook d8. It's a little bit awkward now because you can't castle there. I suppose he'd just play his king to e2 and rook hd1. Black's got a solid blockade, solid knight on c5. Perhaps we should call this equality. Maybe between white's pawn structure and white's bishop pair and black's well-placed knight. Maybe it's around equal. Maybe even an edge for black. Oh, the count is over. Bom, bom, bom. Have I been training? I have not, Pumpkin. Nope. No training. Well, I've been studying chess. No speed training. Knight on d4 looks good. Ghost is improving his position. 20 seconds up on the clock. Dalton looking for a square for that piece. It's going to be the full bishop pair for Kostya. And then what? And then what? Yeah, unclear what to do here. Just kind of a sit around and make moves position. No, Kostya says it's a crazy position. Kostya says go for it. Knight f2 looks really good. e5 is close. But you would think that knight f2 would have been even better, right? All right, we get the 2 knights versus the 2 bishops again. It's hard to figure out where to go with any of these pieces. Throwing in some checks. Letting Kostya's king sort of into the game. I don't know where anything's going. I guess black's threatening knight g7 or something. Would have been great if the knight on d7 could have gone to g7. It would have been checkmate. Wait, did we lose a piece to one of these knights again? Jesus, the knights. Yeah, playing against 2 knights is just what are Black's maybe setting up like a mating net or something with the knights too. I don't know. Picks up the h5 pawn. And Kostya flags, and Dalton does manage to win the bullet section by 2 points. So, very good. Very well done.
Yeah, thanks, David. You got to run for your next lesson.
Yeah, good game.
Yeah, good games, Dalton. Thanks. That was very tough.
Exciting match, both of you. Lots of fun.
Oh, good. I
Yeah,
hope
it was a
you...
fun one.
Kostya, maybe skip the commentary. Don't watch the VOD.
I usually don't.
Okay.
Thanks, Dalton. Anything you want to plug real quick before we end?
I guess I do coaching for anybody that's watching at my website's nextlevelchesscoaching.com, or you can message me on chess.com at Matty D. Perrine. And I have a Chessable course that's about defensive calculation titled Survive and Thrive, how to defend better and blunder less.
Wait. I need that. What's it called?
Survive and Thrive.
Survive and Thrive?
Yeah, how to defend better and blunder less.
And where is it?
On Chessable.
On Chessable. Ooh, I don't know how to use that, but I can figure it out. Survive and Thrive. What level would that be for? I mean, a range or?
It's for pretty much every level aside from like absolute beginner.
Okay.
I've got a warm-up chapter which is for like more beginner intermediate-ish. Then there's 5 kind of chapters in between that are kind of like intermediate level probably, and then there's like a very challenging chapter that's definitely for like master level plus players.
Nice. Survive and Thrive. And I can remember the name too. It's a good name.
Thanks.
Survive and Thrive. All right, folks, you heard it. Here's the URL. We can share it here. Braden's sending us Survive and Thrive. Here's nextlevelcoaching.com. Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, Coach, good luck in your match against James Santee.
Thanks. I'll need it. All right, guys. See ya.
All right. See you around. Bye-bye.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
I can. I can.
Right, how are my what's my volume?
Volume looks perfect to me. Chat, can you tell us how the volume is? And um, do you want me to address you by your Discord handle or your real life name or?
Either one. I mean, Steve, and we should just I
Okay.
put it stop clock for people who know me in Discord. So
Okay. So we're joined by Steve, aka Dropped Clock.
stopped.
Stop. Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, so I've got a chessboard. If anything comes up, we can look at examples or things on a chessboard.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
But I don't know if we'll get to that or not. But it's ready
Yeah.
in case. So when did you start teaching chess?
Well, it's first of all, let's just say that I've only been informally teaching chess so far. I guess it started when my sister Amy, who happens to live in France, although we grew up together in the U.S. She saw the Queen's Gambit before I did, and she started asking me about how to get a little bit better because she and I had played as kids a little bit. I think that we both knew the rules and just kind of had a chess set, and didn't know anything really about the game. But she saw the show and it rekindled her interest in playing, and so she was asking me because she knew that I was a pretty serious player, if I could help her get better. And I just discovered I really enjoyed going through her games and pointing out what was going on and helping her kind of understand the ins and outs of the basics of the game.
Sweet.
And I guess I would say that I've always really, really loved chess to a far greater extent than my skill in the game, really. And if I could find a way to do something with it, as part of my life in a kind of more than a hobby way, teaching people would be pretty amazing if I could somehow figure out how to make that work. So.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any teaching experience outside of chess?
Only informally. I was a TA for various classes in college and stuff like that. And in my professional life, I'm a software engineer, and I've been in management as well. And the part of that I liked the best was all the mentoring and coaching and that kind of stuff. So I enjoy watching people grow. I enjoy explaining things to people and helping them find direction. I haven't actually done it, but I have considered. My dad was a math teacher, a high school math teacher, and there's some other teaching in my family, and I could see doing that someday. I'm kind of between jobs right now, actually, so possibly between careers. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're character-wise or personality-wise a natural fit for it, but don't have a lot of experience with it at the moment.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I may get into it and find out that that it's really not for me. I guess I should also point out that I've also taken my first small step into group classes for the very, very young. You've probably heard of them. I don't know. There's a national organization called Chess Wizards.
Nope,
and
don't know.
they, so as far as I can tell, and I'm really new with them, they seem to run after school programs for K through 5. And so I was poking around online, actually looking to see if I could find a job with one of the chess tech companies doing chess software of some sort, and ran across this position that was basically, hey, we're looking for people to teach chess to kids after school. And so basically you get hired by the national organization, and they send you to a local school, and they give you an actual wizard robe to wear. And and you're basically answering questions like, can the pawn move forward or sideways or whatever, right? It's real basic, but it's like a classroom of 20 kids at a time. It's kind of cool, but I've only done it twice so far.
So you're 2 weeks into that?
Yeah, basically 2 weeks into that. So
wow.
I've got free time, so I figured I would check it out. Yeah.
Awesome.
And I guess for myself, just a quick bit about my own chess. I mean, this is the thing that actually, maybe this will get us into one of the first questions, is I'm not the strongest player. I mean, and it's funny because when you play chess, there's like an infinite ladder of people above you and an infinite ladder of people below you, right?
Yep.
So you can always feel either like you're terrible, good, or middle of the road, right? So
yeah, depending on who you associate with.
Exactly right. So I am right now I'm just a touch over 1600 USCF. I just went back to tournament chess for the first time in a decade, which was interesting. I had actually quit because of my own my own personality conflict with the game, I guess, which is another thing we may get to. And have come back during all of the pandemic like everyone else. And so I'm for all that I complain that I'm terrible at this game, I guess by the standards of most people in the world, I'm pretty decent, and so I can certainly teach beginners. But it gets me to this question of when thinking about your own skill as compared to the people you're teaching, what I mean, I guess it's maybe this question answers itself in that if they're asking too many questions you don't know the answer to, that's when you know. But how do you know what level you can handle teaching, do you think, like as compared to your own strength?
As long as you're clear on what you don't know, you can actually lead a class of students who are as good or better than you in a learning endeavor. If you're a teacher, okay? But you just have to. I would strongly caution you away from giving answers that you're really unsure of. It's much better to say that you're unsure and give them ideas for how they could try to find the answer or how they could investigate the answer, right? So let me give you one quick example from my own life of that. So I have a smattering of Chinese, just like a few words. I lived there for a few months. I learned maybe 1,000 words when I was living there, and maybe remember, half or 2/3 of them. So, hi, how are you? My name is, your name is, count to 10. You're sort of like running out of stuff to say pretty quickly, right? But when I was teaching at this school, the Chinese teacher needed a substitute. And among everybody at the school, I was the only one who, had like a drop of like contact with the language. So I was asked to be the substitute, I seized the opportunity to be the substitute. I thought it'd be fun to try and do it, right? And so as the substitute for a Chinese class, and I was teaching students who probably their Chinese was sort of on par to mine. They'd maybe done 2 years of one class a week, versus a few months of living there. So very, very different. Like some things they knew better and some things they knew worse, but, sort of generally on par-ish. So what was I supposed to do going in there? Well, I just went into it like I'm a student with the other students, but since they're kids and I'm an adult who has who has more experience with learning new things, who has more experience with approaching things I don't know, right? I could sort of do some guiding, but from the perspective of, hey, let's learn some Chinese together instead of, hey, let me teach you Chinese, right? So in like a limit scenario, if you were teaching kids within within like 200 points of you or something like that, that limit scenario there, you would be the adult in charge of the room and all that, but you wouldn't be teaching them from a perspective of expertise on chess, but rather from, just expertise on teaching and sort of life and learning. So you would just go in there and be like, let's learn some stuff together. And, I had perfectly good classes with these kids. I did maybe like 3 or 4 sessions with them of Chinese class. It was in no way like a loss of their time or a waste of their time. Yes, I didn't do like, hey, ask me any question you want about Chinese and I'll answer it, right? Like, you wouldn't necessarily do a thing like, ask me about any game that Garry Kasparov played and I'll tell you like why he did what he did, right? That wouldn't be the lesson plan that you would come in to the class with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But you could just come into the class with something you're working on. You could be like, I just learned about the Budapest gambit the other day, and like it looks like a really surprising move. E5, sacking the pawn on E5. I know that on move 1, I'll put this position up for people watching. I know that on move 1, D4, E5 is considered so bad as to be like a joke, like just absolute like, a trappy, don't do it kind of kids opening. So why after D4, knight F6, C4 is e5 an opening that actually like has a name, right? Because now pawn takes pawn's even going to tempo my knight. Like what? Like I'm sort of surprised this opening even exists, and I want to try and understand like how does this make any sense? And you can come into the class with your own question that you want to investigate. Then you investigate it with the kids and you sort of guide them through it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I guess I should also just say that I as a person am very comfortable acknowledging when I don't know what I don't know, and that yeah, I that's not a problem for me. But that did get to a very related question, which I've been experiencing even now with well, so another teaching project that's going on, me and another dojo guy, this guy Adam, who he's in Discord as well actively. We're teaching a third person who I know in real life, who's now also a dojo person. It's an adult who knew the rules and really didn't know anything else, and so we're trying to train him up. But sometimes he'll have a question about a position, and sometimes I also have no idea what to do in that position, right? And
Right.
Obviously, the lower rated you are, the more often those positions may arise. And I'm happy to tell him, look, I don't really know either. But that still feels unsatisfying to me to sort of stop there. So I guess,
Yep.
yeah, I guess
You're
what
right.
you were sort of hinting at, kind of showing him how I might go about figuring out what is good there, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So there's more you can do than just say, I don't know. It's great to say, I don't know. But you're right. That's a little unsatisfying to just be like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go on, right? So are these positions in the opening, the middle game, or the end game, roughly? Or is it
I
just
would
anything?
Most often, if I get a position from one of the people who are asking me questions where I'm really unsure, it's some sort of complicated middle game
Okay.
where there's no obvious weakness, and personally, I'm working on doing better at identifying weaknesses myself, right?
Right.
So I'm not.
You're like, I don't know the evaluation or the plan, and there's not like a move popping into my head. So I don't have like a short-term or a long-term instinct of what's going on in this position, right? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, so the thing is, if they ask you something you don't know, you can say, well, here's how we might go about trying to answer this question together, that we having acknowledged that none of us here know the answer to it. Now, do you have any ideas of how you would go about trying to find that? Should I give you a position and then just
Sure, we could do that.
I can guess what this player is giving you, and then
I mean, I guess I would start saying to them things like, well, I would first make sure, I don't know, with an actual student, I would try and probably do it a bit Socratically, but I would try and get at some understanding of how they were already thinking about it, what they were thinking, what they had tried, what they hadn't tried, what they thought might be fruitful, and what I thought of that. And then I would start to talk about how I might look for some idea. And
so that approach
you suggest,
of like asking them what their thought process would be like and getting a sense of what they're thinking, that is a good approach if the student is 1200 or higher.
Okay.
Because then you want
Also,
to
by the
know
way-
sort of what do they know and not know, what's their approach, because you can use that to help coach them later, right?
Yeah.
But if you've
Also,
got a true beginner, the answer is they're not thinking of anything. They're just looking at the position and their mind is blank. So there's no point asking that question of like a total beginner, because you don't need to assess what they know. You know it's nothing, right? Like they know the rules. Maybe they've learned a couple tactics. Maybe how to checkmate with king and queen might be useful. But like essentially, if you're talking about a strategic position, they're not going to tell you like, well, I was thinking a6 is a little bit weak, but I don't know how my pieces can get there. Like they're not going to tell you that.
Yeah. So in that, I guess this is so okay. So let's pause for a moment, and you just hinted at another category of question I have here, or maybe I think I'd like to be intentional about how we mark your responses, perhaps, because I'm pretty aware that the approach you would take is going to be different for an adult versus a kid versus probably a group versus an individual. Also, strength of player within, kind of a broad, with a broad brush. And then even within the adult category, it's going to be different between, like, as another person who, the reason I really contacted you is I finally had someone come directly to me and say, hey, Steve, I actually want you to teach me. I will pay you. And I said, okay, well, let's hold on that. And, but he's an interesting case because he is a very good game player, generally speaking. He is a pretty decent chess player, by which I mean he beats me at 15-10 way more often than I'm comfortable with, given that he has never studied chess in his life. He's just talented at calculation and is smart about logical thinking, right? And so for him, it's sort of going to be a question of like, that's a very different person than the actual beginner, right? And then even assessing, anyway, I'll let you talk.
Yeah. Yeah, the answer does vary, right? I was just guessing in the first scenario that you were talking to me about that it was really someone like very much at the beginner range, and so there's no point like working on their thought process. Thought process is really useful for players from like 1200 up who have some tools, and you can start to see are they using them at the right time or not, and so forth, right? But
so actually, now that you mentioned that this total beginner will have like the blank mind, it occurs to me that all of my answers for how would I approach a situation where I don't know what to do on a chessboard really would not work for the total beginner. Like it would actually work better for that kind of like, 1,000 to 1,200 person, right?
Yeah.
Like the 400 to 800 person, anything I say about how I'm going to navigate a position that's complicated is not going to make any sense to them. So that's a good point you point out.
yeah,
Actually,
I could
know how to
immediately
answer.
tell the answer that you were starting to give me was like an answer for a 12 to 1600 player, how you might work with somebody like that who's close to a peer, because that's a little bit how you would expect someone to work with you or teach you. Like they ask you a question you don't know the answer to, and you're like, if I were having a lesson with like a master here, what would the master do? Oh, they'd make me sort of like try to think about it first a little bit myself.
So actually, maybe this may highlight a sort of philosophy that I guess I didn't realize I have, that I may have when it comes to teaching chess, that I guess I want you to let me know if you think is good or bad, because it seems different from what you're sort of saying now. So most of my experience has been trying to do this with adults, right? Who I at least, okay, let me back up. The more I think about chess, the more I think that none of the concepts in it are actually difficult at all, really. The difficult thing about chess is understanding, well, first of all, the vision and the tactical stuff aside, right? Like that's its whole own iceberg. But the rest of it, it's understanding which one is important in that moment, right? It seems to me that like, if I can point, I can take anyone off the street and explain to them why a square is weak on a chessboard, probably, if I just explain how pawns attack, right? But knowing when that matters and when it doesn't. And so usually, like even with people who are total beginners, I'll give them a little bit of information about the kind of like, just to get them familiar with the terminology and like, what the conceptual things are, which I think they could at least understand.
Like this is an outpost, this is a weak square, this is an isolated pawn, this is a center.
And of course, you're going to explain it 10 times to the beginner, because the first time it's not going to take at all, right? But that's fine, right? But I guess I would even, but with a child who I think it'd be harder to just explain a complicated concept to, perhaps I would have a different approach, I guess. But I don't know what you think of that in terms of like sharing the complex concepts, because they're just ideas that anyone can understand, even with someone who barely knows what a skewer is.
Right. I mean, it'll be useful for your own understanding of chess for me to confirm to you that one of the major difficulties in chess is sort of figuring out what is more important where, and like priority. So you look at a position and you know that there's like a good minor piece or a bad minor piece or a pawn structure that's strong or weak. But like you don't know if you're supposed to try and fix your pawn structure or attack theirs. You don't know if you're supposed to trade off their good minor piece or activate your rook. Like there's always like 10 different factors going on, and you don't know which one
from where
operates
I stand,
from priority.
From where I stand at my own skill level, it has become kind of clear that that is one of the major difficult problems in chess. Like obviously I'm not good at it, but I can tell that that's one of the main problems.
Yeah. So. There's some other like major problems in chess. It's not the only difficulty. I mean, one is just like absolutely pushing the limits of your calculation ability is always going to be an eventual challenge for everybody at every level, right? I mean, at the beginner level, it's just seeing which pieces are attacked, and that pretty much decides who wins or loses. But at every single level, if you could push your calculation to be a little bit better and more accurate than other people, like it will have a very strong effect on your win rate.
Yeah.
So, and that ultimately is very difficult. There are people just calculating so far ahead. It's crazy. And then the second part that's really difficult and is tied into calculation as well as evaluation. You need to be able to evaluate the positions at the end of your calculation, because unless someone's up or down a piece for nothing, how do you compare all the lines that you've calculated? It's super hard.
And honestly, that's the thing that holds me back in my own game, is that I'm a terrible evaluator unless it's truly obvious. And I think actually, I was in chat with you once when you were streaming some game analysis you were doing, and I think I may have mentioned something about not knowing how to evaluate positions. And it's just, that's one that I don't know how to get better at, honestly. And that's a separate conversation. I don't want to sidetrack from what we're actually doing here, but certainly will be difficult for trying to teach people, though, I guess, right? So
yeah. Okay, so all that said, let's try and answer your questions. So the let's say we're now talking about a player under 1200.
Yeah.
And they're asking you like, what am I supposed to do in this position, or what's going on in this position?
Yeah.
And you look at the position and you've got a pretty similar reaction to them. You're like, well, this is not one of the 13,000 positions I know. It's one of the 27,000 positions I don't know. So what should you do? Okay. Do you want me to tell you what I would suggest, or do you want to guess at it?
Yeah, let me actually have another go at it now that I'm really thinking about the truly beginner mind kind of person, right? Because they're just kind of moving pieces around. They're looking for things to attack. They're, I guess if I would desperately hope that like they hadn't finished developing and I could just answer with something like that. I would probably, I would look for any kind of beginner mistake that I could point out and try and correct in the position maybe. But that's kind of cop out really. Yeah, because even if you want to try, even the vaguest of like look for a piece that's not doing a job and give it a job is too complicated probably for a beginner, right? Like, so.
I don't think that's too complicated. Look for a piece that's not doing something, or look for your piece that's doing the least, or your piece that's the worst placed, and try and improve it.
Yeah.
It on its own is a pretty simple concept and a very powerful one. Like, it very often gives you, if not the best idea, at least a very good idea, like a top 2 or 3 option.
Yeah.
So that's one of the most powerful strategic things you can give somebody, is like, if there's no captures or tactics for you or your opponent, then look for the piece that you think sucks the most and improve it. That'll get you far.
And I guess if given that beginners are able to select moves, I guess they have some idea of where they would like a piece to be, even if they're mistaken, right? They should be able to find a piece they would like to be somewhere else, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess also, honestly, a thing that sometimes I do when I'm really stuck, and this gets to another question about when you try and train mindset, or how early you're trying to train mindset, because recently I've started, when I get really stuck in a puzzle or a position, I will literally try and look at every single legal move I have and just count them. And just because it will just sort of like force me to consider things I hadn't possibly thought of. And occasionally you get an idea, right? It's like, oh, I hadn't thought I could move that piece there. And maybe it's not a useful idea for now. It's a useful idea maybe for later.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's a useful thing to say to a beginner, like, if you're really stuck, just like consider every possible move, or, be sure you've considered all your checks at least. Like, I don't know how early you start trying to get people to do that.
Yeah, I never really tell anybody to do that.
Okay.
I think I'm more of like a perspective of like, look for ideas and then try to find moves that are related to the idea, rather than like look through all the moves till you come up with an idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is like a last resort thing for me, or also to make sure I haven't missed some kind of, I suppose, more tactical idea that would have, a very unlikely looking move that leads somewhere tactically that I'm fairly guilty of filtering moves too quickly that look unpromising. So.
Okay. So now let's say that you had this position that you didn't know what to do about, and you didn't have your student. What would you do? What would you do about that situation?
Like, are we in a game, or am I analyzing like after?
Yeah, you're not in a game. You just have a position that's come up. Maybe it's from a game that you played previously, or it's something that a student like sent you, or
So I mean,
somebody posted it.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that none of my usual stuff gets me an idea. I mean, and my usual ideas are obviously look for tactical things, and then try. Lately I've been trying to really look for what my opponent might want to do as a guideline to something I may want to try and prevent. At least gives me some idea of a thing to do sometimes. But if you can't tell what they're trying to do either in a position, it can be pretty scary, I guess. But I would probably just, if I'm analyzing it, I'd start making some moves and see what happens. Probably, I would look for some kind of problem in my position that I could try and solve, or find some way to make a problem in their position worse. So I guess we're speaking pretty abstractly now, right? So. But I guess that's how the initial problem is, what are even your candidate moves, right? I think that's the question really, is if I have no idea what to do in a position, I feel like sometimes it's hard to even figure out what your possible moves might be.
Right.
I guess there's the other problem of a position where you have too many.
I'm ready to give you an answer. So I think that I can tell that your default is you're trying to solve something that you're not equipped to solve. You lack the just sort of like accepting like, I don't know the answer to this. And you're not scrambling for other resources. You're still trying to solve it, even though you can't really solve it.
I see. This is probably why I take too long in these positions.
So what would I do if I didn't know what to do in that position? First of all, I would call a friend. I would just I mean, the equivalent for you might be posting in like a Discord channel where you've got like chess buddies, but since I know my chess buddies IRL, like I would literally pick up the phone and call somebody and say, I did this recently. I had an endgame against Kostya on Endgame Sensei that I lost. And I knew I was in trouble as I played it, but I also felt like it should be a draw if I could play this better than I can play it, and I don't know what to do. And I played it out and I lost sort of as I expected, and I never had any good idea during the game of what I could have done better or differently. And sort of looking at the position, I just kept getting the sense like it's almost losing, but I shouldn't lose. So I called somebody else and I asked them. I just that very day, or maybe the next day, I think maybe even that very day, I just called a friend. I was like, here's the position. Like, do you have any ideas for like defensive like things you could try? So that's one option you have. That's a resource.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I am occasionally guilty, just as a human in life, of forgetting some of the resources that I have like that. I'll sometimes think I have to solve all my problems myself. And somehow, if someone was coming to me as their authority on something, I would feel like I was cheating by asking someone else. But of course I should ask someone else to give them a better answer, or myself a better answer, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why we have a 600 rated player play a 30-minute time control instead of a 90-minute time control, right?
Yeah.
Is that they can't solve the problems. Like 90 minutes of thinking time isn't going to allow them to solve chess, right? So like there's a limit to what we expect them to try to solve. For everybody, there's a limit of what we expect you to try and solve. There's problems that are at your level and problems that are beyond your level, right? Mm-hmm. When I do this Nun Endgame book, I normally don't force myself to solve the position. I think about the position for 45 to 60 minutes, which I find enjoyable. And I get a few ideas, and I see that some of them don't work, and some of them look like they might work, and there's some problem I can't quite solve. And then maybe I, read through the solution, the explanations, and enjoy that as well. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we always have to have some sense we also have to some sense of what is or is not like within our range. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to help for 10 seconds in my house. I'll be right back. It'll be real fast.
That's totally fine.
Okay. So recognizing that we might not be able to solve the question, you were starting to get to a good idea where you were saying, well, I might try to just play some moves, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because that is another way. Sometimes if you just play some moves, you'll figure something out. You'll see which way the game goes. Initially, those moves are probably going to be terrible. Mm-hmm. And then the side that you thought was winning is going to lose or something like that, and you have to try something else for them, etc. That's a very, very normal part of the process, right? So I would say one major resource is ask somebody. Second major resource is to just spar the position with somebody else. And that would be a major suggestion.
With the student, I guess you could spar this position.
You can spar it with the student, even if you're better than them. Yeah. Because it's a position where you don't know what to do. That means in that position, your difference in skill is a little bit less pronounced than in other positions because you don't actually know what to do.
Yeah.
So sparring a position is a great option at almost every level. It's a way of trying out some moves, but it's also a way of having two people try out some moves. And a very important part of sparring is to discuss the moves like in between playing, right? So you play a game and you say, oh, I think your idea was really bad even though you won.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's actually been interesting, by the way. This is for the first time ever I have like a consistent training partner for myself. And I've never played so many games in the same opening lines before. It's totally changing my understanding of these positions in a kind of strange way that I'm
Yeah.
appreciating, actually. So yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, you have to discuss between.
I was trying to analyze a game, and at some point in the game, there's like a branch with like 3 choices for the players, and I couldn't decide on the evaluation of any of the positions. It was just like I was just like, I just go blank, right?
Uh-huh.
So I called up Kostya, and I assumed that he wouldn't know the answer either. Like, it was hard enough. It wasn't like, please tell me the answer.
Yeah.
For this one, I called up Kostya, and I was like, Kostya, I've got like 2 positions I got to play out with you. Right? The third is the direction the game went, so I can then compare. And it's like Magnus Carlsen, so it's like I can use the way the game went as one of three sort of senses of where the game could go, and then I need to try out the other 2. And so we played it white and black, both sides back and forth, and then we discussed, what we thought the evaluation was. And after we'd played, we had a sense, and before we'd played, we didn't.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, that makes total sense to me.
So those would be my go-tos. Ask
Okay, that
somebody
makes-
else or spar it. You can spar it
Yeah.
with your student. You can, if there's too big a gap, you can spar with somebody else while your student watches. That's perfectly good as well. You can bring in another person.
Yeah.
Especially you told me the scenario, there's you and another guy who are training up one guy. So
Yeah.
perfect. You tell them like, we don't know, but here's how we'd try and figure it out. And then you play together. The student just watches you play, listens to you discuss together, and absorbs something from it.
Cool. Yeah, actually, this other guy and I are planning to. I think we're going to try and play a game where the student can listen in on our. We're going to verbalize what we're thinking, but we won't hear each other, I guess. So we're going to see how that goes. But yeah. So actually, I've totally lost track of what time we started. How much?
I think we
how far-
started half an hour late, probably. So
Okay.
we have another half hour plus. I don't
Sounds
have anything on the other end of this, so we can be.
Okay. Well, I just want to be respectful of your time, but I also want to see what questions to get to here. So, okay. So this one's going to be a sensitive topic in some certain ways, I guess. So I think that you and I, to some degree, share a certain philosophy on how beginners should approach openings. But at the same time, it's very hard when someone comes to you and says, help, what should I do here, to leave them as adrift as, well, just play moves that look good, right? Or, because I don't want someone who's brand new to be trying to learn lines, right? But at the same time, for example, this guy, Chris, we were training up, in very early on in his playing, he was just experimenting with various e4, e5 openings, and he wandered his way into the 2 knights defense to the Italian, and didn't know, of course, that after knight g5 you should be playing, d5 and knight a5 or whatever it is, right? And so he got smoked because of that. And I said, okay, well, if you're going to play this position, you kind of need to know these couple specific things, right? And then it starts to feel like you're teaching someone things that are a bit beyond them, or encouraging them to learn theory when that's not really what you mean. It's sort of like, well, here's a situation you fell into where you really are just going to have to remember, and that's how chess works, right? But I don't know how you skirt that kind of line between,
So first of all, I have
Yeah.
no problem telling somebody, sorry, I'm not going to tell you the move in this opening. I have no problem telling somebody, play moves that make sense to you. I have no problem. I'll tell them here, like, the principles of the opening, right? You have to respect tactical threats. That's a principle in every phase of the game, right? So, like, you want to capture your opponent's stuff, they want to capture your stuff, so you have to respect that. Then there's development, right? There's control of the center. And that's it. Just play from there. So.
Yeah, I guess in this case it was, well, maybe this is another kind of question, that a thing I've found enjoyable to do, and of course if I had a ton of students this would be impossible, but at this point I have so few people that I can kind of spy on their games to some degree, right? And so, every now and then I'll just go into Chris's game history and look at a game, and I'll have a ton of things I want to comment on, right? And so
Yeah.
And so this is a situation like that where he probably didn't even know he was in a bad situation at that point, right? It's like, I'm looking through the game and saying, oh, by the way, here, you really probably should have done something different. And I don't know if you would just avoid commenting on those kind of things because they're not the point of the level the student is at. You would just ignore.
That's right. I ignore 99% of my students' errors.
Okay.
Because like we were saying about like problems that are or not at your level to solve, and sometimes you have to say like, I can't solve this. I think that most people can only work on like, 1 or 2 things at a time. So if I'm working on my students' calculation, I'm not going to talk to them about any of their endgame mistakes, basically,
Gotcha.
till we move on to
that's
the next
actually-
chapter.
That's a really good point you make too, because I need to remember not to inflict my own failings on my students. By which I mean, I'm one of those people who is impatient about the pace of learning, and therefore I tend to bounce between things because I can't stomach. It's going to take me 2 months to do this book before I get to the other topic I need to know something about. And again, that's just how chess works, and I'm much better at telling other people that than accepting it myself.
You just have to accept some of the things you don't know, some of the things that you're not ready for, some of the things you do wrong. You're going to keep doing them wrong. Sometimes in a certain position, you're going to play the wrong move. So you just have to play it and get on with it.
Yeah, and I feel my stomach tighten at the concept, right? But obviously, like that's sanity, I suppose, right? And these kinds of things also are things I would like to figure out how to counsel properly into people, because again, one of the things that really, I don't remember which video it's in. I'm probably seen your how to become a chess player, the total beginner video, and it really left an impression in me that you said that your number one priority is to try and make sure that the student has a good relationship to the game. And I really feel you on that. And because, well, first of all, I think that chess for all of us who are not professionals is so much more than just the game, right? It's like, you're going to learn a lot about how to make good decisions, how to pay careful attention, how to handle your emotions when something unexpected and bad happens, right? It's like I think that there's a lot of space for using chess as a way for improving a lot of other things, right? But
I mean, that you could say that for professionals too. It's not just a game for them. For them, it's everything you said, plus it's their livelihood and their obsession and their every breathing minute.
right But like, I don't know, for the professional, like, it really does matter at the end of the day if you want a game, right? And for the amateur, it really doesn't. And it does, I guess it does, but it doesn't, and this is another thing about me is I don't like having ratings goals. I don't like having results goals. I like to have process goals, right? So when I was playing regularly, my goal was I want to play 30 to 50 tournament games a year, or I want to, whatever, things that I was personally in sole control of, because I don't understand a goal that I can't control myself.
Right.
Yeah. So that's kind of questions like, how do you, what do you do when you have students who seem too invested or too upset by losing, or because I have no idea how to counsel someone like that, because I'm so not that person.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I just tell them, like, get over yourself, and that's enough. Just like, but I've been starting to write in my little notebook here. I started to write like a first draft of like a get over yourself kind of, like, it would be like an audio file that people could like lie down at night and listen to me telling them, like, nobody cares if you win or lose your game. Your mom's not checking on your chess.com rapid rating. She doesn't know it's 20 points less than yesterday. You don't need to go chase those 20 points. Nobody cares. Your partner doesn't care. Your friends don't even care. Your friends who are obsessed with chess don't care if you're 1540 or 1520. They're not actually going on there and being like, aha, I'm 3 points higher rated than, Joe today. Nobody cares.
That is actually, this, I think, has gotten worse probably during the pandemic. I know certainly for me, just my life generally speaking, my world has gotten narrower. Everything's smaller. Everything feels blown out of proportion. So it's very easy for me to see now how people are like way over concerned about it, even more than usual. But it's I mean, that's the other thing about, like, I don't, obviously I do care about something about my rating as perhaps a measure of my long-term trend of skill, but like I don't care about it on a day-to-day basis, right? And I try to encourage other people not to feel that way either if I can. But let's see, another question. Yeah, this actually, how do you think about assessing current skill levels? Actually, that's a thing that is, especially for this guy Jason, that like part of me says, since he's never studied anything, he should just start at the basics, and so it will be really fast for him, and that way we'll quickly get to what he doesn't know. Or maybe it's more that I need to just like go over his games with him a whole bunch to try and figure out what he's missing, and then figure out where to start him. And I don't know if you have any kind of standard go-tos, or if you just,
I mean, if he's really new, you can assume he knows nothing, right?
Well, this is the guy who does, but he knows enough that he can beat me sometimes, right? Like
this is the calculator.
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
competent coffee house chess player. Let's put it that way, right?
Right.
But he doesn't know. Like, I don't know, what was the thing the other day that he didn't know? Like, he just, he doesn't know checkmating patterns, for example, right? So he just doesn't see him that fast and things like that. So certainly I know he needs to drill that kind of tactics, but I don't know if I should start him on truly, like, the truly everyone's first chess workbook stuff, or if I should start higher or what.
Yeah, I mean, in our training program that we've been putting
I
together the
joined,
last
by the
couple
way.
months, you're in it?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that training program, we've got the Polgar book, which is, just an absolute deluge of checkmates in one.
Yeah.
And that would be like a logical place for someone to start who doesn't have tactical patterns. You can do the same thing with an online training thing. I mean, I haven't used the chess training tools on a lot of like sites other than chess.com, but I would
actually,
imagine you could set the theme and set like mate in ones or checkmates or stuff like that.
Actually, let me interrupt for just a second and say that I'm pretty comfortable with my ability to find the right material once I know what the right gaps are that I'm trying to fill, right? And so I think it's mostly a question of, do I just assume that someone who hasn't studied should start at the very beginning, and when they tell me, hey, Steve, this is too easy, then I'll respond to that. I guess, okay.
Yeah. It's always easier to say like, oh, this was easy, let's move on, than to, like, if you leave a gap, how do you know that there was the gap? It's going to be like a weird random time that you figure it out later.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That makes my job easier too, right? I can just start everyone in the same place and then, look where we go. Yeah, the Polgar brick, by the way, I've owned for forever, and I've never really looked at the mate in ones. That was interesting to. I started looking through them, and I realized that I wasn't even solving them. I was just like, oh, it's that one, it's that one, it's that one. Like, I guess that's what it feels like to actually recognize something, which is kind of cool.
You know when to move on. Like when I have people learning tactics, right, on like chess.com's tactics trainer or whatever, Crimea River says that he thinks the chess tempo one is the best one, which is interesting because that was the best one many years ago, but I didn't know how like actively they were maintaining it, so I didn't like start off by citing it. But when I have somebody working on that, it's like, what's the goal? It's a 15-minute session where you're trying to find 3 to 4 positions that you don't know, and you're getting 30 seconds per position to solve it.
Yeah.
And if you haven't solved it in 30, 40 seconds, then you're just looking at the answer, right? So if you have a couple days in a row where you don't find 3 or 4 new positions within 15 minutes, then you know that like it's not the right level for you. That's very quickly identifiable within 2 days, right? You're like,
I really like that, actually. That's a good,
right? You're feeling where it's like not that you calculated, you just saw it and you're like, I know it's that one, I know it's that one. If you get that feeling for your whole, 10 to 15 minute session, 2 to 3 days in a row, well, you're done with mate in ones, or you're done with mate in twos, or you're done with whatever it was that, whatever parameters you were working on. Like often I'll make my students, instead of like letting their tactics trainer rating do it for them, I'll say like, you're looking for mate in ones and a rating range of 800 to 1,000, right? And once that's done, it's like, okay, let's go to 1,000 to 1,200, right? Or it's like, remove the defender, 800 to 1,200. Once they're not finding new ones, 1,000 to 1,200. Once 2 days without finding enough new ones, 1,200 to 1,400. So,
all right, that's really wise, actually, as a way to do that, because sometimes it can be hard to find something so specific in a book. Yeah, awesome.
yeah.
And there was did I have a related question? No, I don't think so. All right, let's move on. Oh yeah, actually, no, this was related. So, how do you get a sense for when someone it's worth them starting to do some of the longer puzzles that might? So I'm a pretty firm believer, at least at again, talking above 1,200, right? That you need both the quick tactical work to continue to get and drill those patterns, and also the slower stuff that's going to really force your calculation.
Yeah,
I
think
to grow, right?
I think you don't need to work on like the solving things where you're calculating as opposed to pattern recognizing. I don't think you need to work on that before 1,200.
Okay. All right.
So I think you go all the way to 1,200 just learning building blocks.
Yeah.
The thing is those crunching problems, they rely on knowing the building blocks. Without the building blocks, you can never solve them.
Yeah.
So, 1,200 is like a guess at where you might have enough building blocks that you can start solving some of those, although still not all. And I'd say there's like an overlap from about 1200 to 1600. Depends on the person, whether they cut off at 1200, 1400, 1500, 1600. That's probably like an overlap where you can be doing both. And at some point between 1200 and 1600, you're basically done. Like, you know, all the like different like maiden ones, maiden twos, double attacks, double defenses. You know, you've got 2 hanging pieces. You move one that attacks something, and when they trade it, you recapture, saving the other piece. Like, at some point, you just know all those little like mechanisms, right? And then you can stop doing the solve easy stuff in 30 seconds. You're like, okay, I basically know the patterns.
Yeah. I wish that was me. I mean, I've been drilling remedial patterns because I'm one of those people who blunders way too often. Like, you know, it's astonishing to me that my rating is what it is, given that the vast majority of my losses are idiotic blunders. So,
but are those blunders? But are those blunders patterns that you wouldn't see if they were in a tactics trainer, or are they things you would?
I mean, I don't know. It's like, you know, it's like I moved the pawn, and as soon as I put it down, I saw that I hung the pawn right next to it, right? It's just it's that level stuff,
Okay.
right?
So that's not something where you need to learn patterns to deal with that blunder, right?
Yeah.
That's
it's
about
a
when
mental
are you
process.
calculating, when are you focusing. That's all like how you deploy your knowledge. You don't need to go back and do tactics patterns. That's not going to help you to stop blundering. You already know the patterns.
Yeah, I
right?
guess I have this dream that maybe if the pattern
Nope.
the pattern gets in front of my hand, then I won't make the blunder, you know. But
Nope.
Yeah. All right.
It's the process and the pattern. It's the
much
process,
telling me
not
what I
the
already
pattern
know.
for you. It's your thought process.
Yeah.
It's when do you think, when do you not think, when do you make an automatic move? Because there are times when you're supposed to, right? Like, you can't calculate on every single move. That's why everybody's better at tactics in tactics trainers than in their games, right? And the tactics trainer already tells you when are you supposed to calculate, which is already a very difficult question in games, right? So that's the part that you need to be working on for yourself, not relearning the patterns.
It's also funny, by the way, that, you know, chess being I don't know. Are you one of these people that believes that you're the sort of chess player like you are a person in general life? Because I would say that, you know, some of my flaws in chessboard decision making extend into my life as well in similar ways.
Sometimes things are the same, and sometimes things are really different. It depends.
Yeah.
Like in chess, I'm very aggressive, and in real life, I'm very whatever the opposite of aggressive is. You know, almost like retiring, like very not in anybody's face.
All right, let's see. What's the next question here?
I'm gonna grab something and be right back.
Yeah.
All right, so sorry about that.
Not a problem at all. So this kind of is a vague category of question, I suppose, which is how do you encourage people to be willing to experiment during their games? Because I feel like it's really important to try different things and not feel like every game you're trying as hard as possible to win, or that you're really like afraid to try that stack or something like that.
Right. I mean, you should try hard to win within the parameter of what you're trying to experiment with, right? In order to get good data on whether that experiment is good or bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to have a long range sort of goal or mindset, right? Where people understand that, you know, losing today can help them win later on. And so you are trying to put in sort of like a maximum effort, but you do need to explore to learn more about chess.
Do you find that most of your students are pretty understanding of the fact that losing is a guaranteed part of this process, and that losses in fact are useful in terms of learning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say that every random chess player absorbs that, but if somebody's if someone's been my student for more than like 2 weeks, then yes.
Yeah, okay.
they will quickly accept that.
I've tried to have this conversation occasionally in Discord. Of course, that's different than someone you're having a one-on-one relationship with. And occasionally I get through to someone, and occasionally I don't. So, but I mean, this is actually this might be a philosophy difference between me, and I don't actually know which one of you may have felt strongly about this, but I strongly prefer to play training games. Well, the online ones anyway. I prefer to play casual rather than rated, just because I feel like, well, for me it doesn't matter, but I feel like other people are more likely to play a little more loosely when it comes to, you know, trying a speculative sacrifice or something if they know it's not going to cost them rating that they are subconsciously protective of or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've reached the point where that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me either, but I guess
truly.
in terms of encouraging the students to not care, I guess I would encourage casual. But with the dojo training plan, I think they specifically were saying, oh, you should always play rated or something like that. So.
Okay. I would encourage your students not to care so that they don't even look or notice if it's rated or not.
Okay, that makes sense too. And then, like, I know that you said that the very beginners should be playing, almost exclusively playing, like 85%, you said, percent of their time, I think, we should be playing games. And
that makes coaching them easy, right? You can just tell them play.
Oh yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, but I guess the question is, like, how do you sense when that should start shifting, right? It's like, you know, when is it time to start spending,
rating goes up,
equal time playing to working through your tactics or something like that, do you think?
When their rating goes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
When they start to have any success at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to be easier or harder for different players to get up from like 400 to 600 to 800 to 1,000, etc. Right? So some players may have something they're stuck on, and that's something where, if you're 1,000 points higher rated than them, you can look through their games and try and find like a sticking point, but don't find 7. You know that they're like making all kinds of mistakes, but is there one or two things that they're really stuck on compared to other 600s?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I suspect the thing that most people will start with having to do is just make sure they count. Counting attackers and defenders, at least this guy, Chris, that we're training up has said is surprising to him how often merely counting defenders and attackers is winning him material at his level right now. But yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, generally it should be like rating movement. And if you ever have somebody who's not getting rating movement for an extended period of time, then they probably need a checkup on their games where you give them, like, you try and unstick them on one or two issues.
Yeah. I guess it's, speaking of this kind of like how you run your stuff, I mean, is it vary from student to student for you, whether you are doing sort of just responding to questions they bring to you, or is it more that, I suppose, if rank beginner is not going to bring you any questions, right? So you're going to have to kind of look at their games and help them, I suppose. But do you have do you prefer to proactively look through stuff and make your own lessons plans for them, or do you prefer to have them just drive it by their own questions?
I can do either. Very often students' questions will just sort of show me their own misconceptions, and I won't necessarily answer their questions, but I'll be like, oh, I see in which direction you're thinking in the wrong direction, and take them somewhere else and say, like, you're asking about this, but what you really need is that. What I've been doing most recently with the very few private students that I have is I've been doing like units. So like first I look at their games. Based on that, I pick like a focus of study for 6 to 12 weeks, something like that. And then we work on that one thing for all that period of time. When they're done with that, then I want to loose them to, like, play some more games, bring back their games, and sort of see how they're doing with absorbing what we've just done. But that's for players like around your rating, is sort of like, would be like a very appropriate approach. Some beginners have no idea what their questions are. Others have a ton of questions, but mostly I would say, like, okay, interesting question. Now go play some games. In other words, I don't really teach many lessons to players under 1,200. I'll mostly give them like one lesson, give them like a plan for what to do, tell them to watch the like how to become 1,200 video, and tell them to go play for a while. And if they get stuck for more than 2 months at a certain rating, then a check-in to get unstuck, and then I send them off again for another 1 or 2 months of playing and training on their own. Right.
That actually makes a lot of sense to me in terms of the cadence that would be appropriate for someone at that level.
Yeah.
Because
they don't need 50 lectures in a row about like all the elements of chess. It's just overwhelming, and a lot of it they just need to start playing and absorb some of it. So.
And from the lowest levels, do you encourage people to? Well, okay. When you're brand new, do you think that you're just playing game after game and not even looking at them, or do you think that people should kind of flip through and see at least if they can figure out why they lost, maybe, or for the total beginner, do you even encourage them to even look at the computer to see like a tactical thing or no?
So I would not discourage somebody from looking over their games if they want to, but I would not make chess painful for a beginner by insisting on them doing too much of it if it weren't their natural inclination.
Yeah.
As a
that makes lot of
teacher, I
sense.
lean heavily on what my students want up to a certain point. I want them to be like interested and happy and like very careful about asking them to do things that they don't want to do.
That makes sense to me because I think that
So
depends on the student, right? Too, but yeah.
yeah, so a student who wants to look at their games, great. A student who doesn't want to, like, I'm not going to kill their love of chess by telling them that they have to, usually.
Yeah.
But, you know, to the extent to which they're receptive to it, I am going to tell them, like, I know the answers, and, like, if you're willing to hear it, I can tell you what you should be doing or what you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
As far as looking at the games, I think, like, a mild playing through the game is definitely a good idea if they're up for it. I think the idea that they are going to find the reason that they lost the game, that's more like a 1700 to 2000 level kind of assignment.
Well,
I guess I would say.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they might come up with a theory though, right? Or maybe not.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
guess.
They can come up with a theory. It's just I'm careful about asking people to do things that are too hard for them.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it for me, it straddles this line between giving someone an assignment that's too hard for them and trying to get them into a sort of thought process that they will want to have later, right?
Right. Yep.
And
And,
that's
I
actually the
do
same
give
thing-
people assignments where I know they're not going to get the right answer, but where thinking about it's going to be good for them. And I do also think it's good to build like the habit of, you know, reflection and so forth, even if you can't find the answer. But I'm just very clear to them about what I'm expecting of them, right? Not like
Yeah.
a 3-page analysis, right? Maybe
Oh
like
no, that makes sense to me.
maybe
No, but I
like
guess it's-
I think this move might have been a mistake. Good.
Yeah, I guess what I mean more is that, you know, someone who's a total beginner, another thing they don't even know is anything about the process of improvement at chess, right? And I think that, Jesse's got his whole all you need is the notebook and the pen and have, all that kind of stuff, which, it, to a much greater degree than I ever realized is more true than I thought, right? And you run into a lot of chess players, I've seen in the Discord all the time, that don't really sort of realize that the best way to get better is to dig around in your games, right? And so, not to say that a beginner should be doing that, but at least even to sort of, again, expose them to the idea that the way you improve at chess is you look through your game and you figure out where you went wrong. And someday you'll be right about that. But I didn't hear that as a beginner from anybody.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish I had, I think. But
Yeah, a lot of beginners have no sense of what is being asked of them in terms of like looking at games or studying games. A lot of people have never heard what does that actually mean. They've heard people talk about looking at your games, but they don't know what it means.
yeah, I mean, I've only recently understood what it means, and that has made it actually turn from a chore to something that's fun for me, honestly, now. So,
Yeah.
and very related to that, though, I guess, at what level of player do you start to even try and encourage them to have a consistent thought process during a turn? Because that's another thing that I didn't have until much later in my chess career. Like being a
I
self-taught
actually
person,
never do. I don't have a
Never, okay.
consistent thought process really, and I don't teach other people to have it because I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that that's how masters eventually think about the game.
But I mean, like, sure. But I mean, at some level, for example, at my level, it would be inexcusable for me to make a move and not have contemplated all of the possible checks in response, right? And that, is a thing that people don't necessarily, at some level, people don't do that, and they don't even realize they should be looking for it, right? And at some point, you have to kind of nudge someone into that kind of thinking, I feel like.
I don't do that.
Huh. Okay.
I don't
Interesting.
consider every check. Only if my opponent's like trying to deliver checkmate.
Well, I guess, I mean, I've had enough blunders where I make a move and then there is a check, the consequence of which I am sad that I did not anticipate to
Right.
tell me that I am failing to do this at times.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I think I think my guess is that in your own chess, what you need is some more subconscious tactical alert system of when tactics are more likely to happen or not. You're getting surprised by tactics and you're trying to solve it by relearning patterns or trying to brute force look at all kinds of legal moves, all kinds of check moves and stuff like that. But it's
never gonna do it, yeah.
extremely resource intensive, right? As a computer programmer, you're probably very aware of the sense of like using too many resources, right? You've got X amount of time for the game, right? And you're running these processes that are just, I mean, they're so intense right now that what you're running.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're cranking through too much.
That's a good point.
So what you want to do for your own chess is my video, How to Learn Tactics #2, about developing an alert system for when are there likely to be tactics. When should you calculate for you? When should you calculate for the opponent?
Yeah, actually, my training buddy just did a book called something like Tune Your Tactics Antenna, which I think is also just about this. He said it was pretty good. I haven't looked at it, but yeah, no, that is a thing that I should be doing. But
yeah,
I think we're getting close out of time. Let me just quickly scan to see if there's any last quick questions. I guess maybe I don't know, any last things that you think that someone like me should be asking or thinking about, or maybe any misconceptions that you're often finding you have to help people unlearn that I should be prepared for.
Right. Okay. So first I want to say one more thing about the checks. I do look at exhaustively at all sort of checks and captures and like mate in one kind of threatening moves occasionally in a game of mine. Occasionally. Like if I know my opponent is trying to checkmate me and I know I've got time on the clock sufficient to bring the game to its conclusion, and I know it's like the critical calculation moment and I want to really be sure that I didn't miss anything. It's like it's not even once a game that I will do this. Right? It's like maybe every 3 or 4 games there will be a situation in one game where that process kicks in.
This is fascinating to me, and
it's that rare. It's not every move of every game. Many games, not even a single move. That I would do that.
Interesting. And do you now I'm curious to know if you think this is this a thing because of your skill level where the other stuff is just so innate you can tell there's not a problem, or do you think that this is a thing that should
I have an intuition of when there is or is not like a risk or a threat.
Yeah.
Right? Or a potential threat. And so my video is designed to build that system for you.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I certainly think that an issue I see with a lot of people my level and lower, but certainly my level too, is like we fail to see the threat moves sometimes. Like that the opponent could make a mate in one threat on their next move, and that is a thing you could be a problem if you're not aware of it, right? And those things are things I don't always see instantly. Like I'll see the current checks, but I won't see the threat for the next check all the time. And
yeah. Okay, so the main things to break or to avoid for your beginners, if you see them, to root them out.
Yeah.
One would be playing a move for which they don't have a reason.
Yeah.
Like let's say they're like I looked up like best defense to e4 and somebody told me like the 2 knights. So now I put my knights on f6 and c6 every game. Without having any idea why those would be good squares for the knights, and they do it every single game without looking at their opponent's moves, right?
Yeah.
That would be the kind of thing you have to break. Every move they have to have their own reason for the move. Okay, that's a very common thing to break. Another thing is like a bunch of like stupid principles, like always castle quickly or knights before bishops. You run into anything like that, just to make sure that they all know there's like only one principle in chess, which is that checkmate is good. Like other than that, every other principle has exceptions to it, and really you really just sort of need to stay more flexible in your thinking.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And your desire to safeguard your king, right? Castling is not correct. You want your king to be safe. Your desire for your king to be safeguarded could be a reason to consider castling in a game. But the desire is to safeguard the king, not to castle. And even once you have that desire, you have to estimate where it is on the priority list, right? Did somebody attack your queen with a pawn? And you're like, well, they said castle as quickly as possible, so I'll castle while they capture my queen. Right?
Yeah, no,
so
yes.
Really, like any of these, like anybody like glued to these principles that aren't even true in general, you really need to break them of that, right? The only
Yeah.
thing that you should always do is checkmate your opponent. Everything else has exceptions.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's a big one. Anybody who's like obsessed with their rating, you want to try and break them down on that and let them free them to just play. You get a lot of people who are stuck in a single opening forever. It's okay to play an opening for 3 to 6 months, but like if somebody's been playing one opening for a year or 2 years or 3 years, and I mean not just in tournaments, but every blitz game, every practice game, like nothing else, I would say crack them out of it, because they're never gonna know more than like 5% of chess.
For better or worse, I'm someone who really likes bouncing around openings because I just like trying different things. And yeah, I would certainly be encouraging people to try different stuff. Maybe not too fast,
A
obviously.
lot of times you'll get kids playing when they first start chess. You'll get them playing like e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. A very, very lifeless version of the Italian game. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop c5, d3, d6,
Yep.
castles,
Yeah.
castles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
hate
just
those positions.
it's just dead. It's just dead, and they do the same thing again and again and again. And you would think that by playing the same position that they would like get good at playing the position, but they don't. They don't even know to like move the knights out of the way and play f4 or f5 to develop a rook. Like they literally sit here just moving the knights back and forth, maybe eventually trade a knight. When they're out of knights, then they maybe trade the bishops. I mean, they never even open a file for the rooks, ever.
And so that kind of person, actually, I guess, so there's a lot of ways you could approach that, right? You could tell them to go pick some different opening and to actually just play it, or you could say, hey, like, maybe here's something you might want to know about a concept called a pawn break. Like, I don't know how you would actually approach this person, but anyway, that's
Yeah, I mean, there comes a
question.
point in everybody's life where you have to teach them to develop their rooks. Most people, like, even once they think they understand, like, development, they don't know how to develop the rooks because it's harder than to develop the other pieces that can move around the pawns.
Yeah.
Every other piece you develop largely by moving it, and the rooks you develop by moving your pawns, not by moving the rooks, and by setting up, blocking an opponent's pawn, then moving a pawn where you can force a trade, etc. So it's much trickier.
Yeah. Okay. Very last quick question is, and this one is a yes or no. Do you suggest people just avoid blitz entirely, or below what rating do you tell people never to play blitz, or do you
No.
not care?
I don't care. People can play blitz if it's fun for them and makes them enjoy chess. It's fine. I don't think blitz has basically any harmful element to it.
For myself, I worry because I have so many mindset issues. I occasionally, for me, I worry that it cements my desire to play by intuition, which is a problem I have.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
classical games too,
if you only play quickly and never play anything else, or if you predominantly play quickly, then you will not progress. But I would say it's not because you played blitz; it's because you didn't play slow chess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like if every week I were playing 3 hours of blitz and 3 hours of 3 hours is not even enough for a game. If every week I were playing 4 hours of blitz and 4 hours of slow chess, I don't think that the blitz would hurt my development or give me a consistent pattern of only playing on intuition. That 1 4-hour game a week would be enough that I would have 2 different modes that had developed, and I had a blitz mode and a slow mode. So I wouldn't blame that on the blitz. I would blame that on the lack of the real stuff, right? If someone's
mode
always
switching,
skipping the hard work to do the easy stuff, then yes, they'll become soft,
Yeah. All right. Great. Well, thank you so much for doing this with me, and
Absolutely. Thank you for asking, because I have wanted and wanted and wanted to teach some classes about teaching on the stream. And
I know
you're
it's
the
a thing that
first. You're the first chess teacher to ask. So
Awesome. Well, I'm an aspiring chess teacher. I would say I don't know if I suppose I've taught someone a thing about chess, so I suppose that makes me a chess teacher at some point. But
you can say it however you want. From my perspective, you're a chess teacher, so that's why I address you as such.
All right. Well, thank you. And I really appreciate how much you like teaching and thinking about teaching. And actually, this other guy, Chris, who we're training, he's a teacher. He's a math teacher at a local high school, and he's actually getting really into trying to understand how to teach chess to beginners too, because he's learning himself and trying to think about what's working for him and what's not. So,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. The
Well,
last thing I would emphasize, it's already been mentioned at some point today, but a parting piece of advice is, just lead by demonstrating your own learning process, right? Just go into class and be like, I'm trying to learn this, or like play a game and then like just have your class watch you play a game and then you click through your game instead of telling them to go analyze their games, right?
Yeah.
I've done this at in school situations. I connect my computer to like a projector or, you know, put it up on a big screen if the computer has, if the school has that kind of facility. So the kids can watch me play a game online. So I just play a game online and then I go back and click through the game and like try and figure something out about the game I've just played.
Yeah, that's really instructive to see. And yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And sorry, there's something you were just saying. Just man, sorry, the thought left my head. You said something and I had a response and whatever it was, it's gone. But yeah,
leading with your learning, leading with your own process.
Exactly. All right, well, thank you so much, sir, and I'll let you know how it goes. And take care and good luck. You are playing in that speed chess thing yourself too, or?
I am, yes.
All right, well, it'll be fun to watch. Oh, actually, I know what I was going to say. I was considering to keep myself accountable and maybe help some other people. Some of the games I analyzed for the dojo training plan, I might just go in Discord voice channel and just like, you know, if anyone wants to hang out while I'm analyzing and talk about it and see what's going on, I might just, you know, do that because some people, it would have helped me, I know. So we'll see. All right.
Yeah. And in general, folks in the training program, we don't have student model games up yet, right? That demonstrate what a game analysis should look like at your level. So we have an open call for people to submit some games to us. We'll go through the senseis will go through some of the first games that get submitted to us and try and pick out some that can be used as good models for other people. So that somebody at 1100 and somebody at 1500 and somebody at 1900 can know sort of what a good analysis looks like at their level.
I also, I enjoy looking over other people's analysis a lot too. So I'm kind of looking forward to doing some of these like peer analysis reviews that are part of the program too. So
excellent, yeah.
Anyway, have a good night.
All right, good night. Yeah, Baron, I know you've got some. So I look forward to it. You can send me, I think one per person is probably enough, Baron. So you can just send me one or two that you think are, well, I mean, I need to see all of yours anyway, Baron, because I need to see all your games. But for people other than Baron, you know, you can just send me one game you've annotated if you want. And, all right, thanks, Hubskirt. I'll just have to go track those down and have a look. All right. So yeah, so I'm going to open it up. If anyone's got any questions on this subject, we can stay on stream a little bit longer. I can answer any questions of other chess teachers or aspiring chess teachers in the chat before we move on with the day. I think next up on my agenda will be breakfast. What advice tasks do you give students who always make the same mistakes during a game? Okay, so Baron, here's an example from yourself, which will make it like easier to understand perhaps. So when we first met, I looked at your games and identified that the number one glaring repeated mistake in your games was not being able to calculate the way to win once a position was ripe for a concrete solution, right? So what did we do about that? We did a whole unit on, and it was specifically in positions where you were attacking kings, right? Not like an endgame where you need to push the queen side pawn majority home or something like that, right? So what did we do? We did a whole unit on attacking kings, right? We talked about like the focus square, and we did calculation exercises that were specifically, some of them were, one or two of them were positions from your own games, right? And then inspired by that, I gave you other related positions that had a similar feature. Any follow-up on that, Baron, or is that clear? If the mistake is something more basic like hanging pieces, then I need to figure out why they're hanging pieces, right? So one option is that they don't see the board. Well, if you mean like hanging, like the piece can just be taken, or by like a short tactic. But anyway, I would identify, is it because they just don't have the board vision? Is it because they're not taking their time? Is it because they don't know some basic tactical patterns? Is it because they don't know when to stop and think? Is it because they don't sense danger? I would figure out which of those things it was and then build a unit on that subject, which would probably be, if it were a private student, it would probably be at least 4 weeks of something, up to maybe 12 weeks of something, depending on how big a mistake it is and how hard it is to fix it, etc. So even if the mistake is basic, it would be teaching them some things around it. It would be giving them related puzzles. Yeah. So you have to figure out why they're making the same mistake they keep making, right? Is it a lack of knowledge or a lack of application of the knowledge, a lack of time? Like, are they using their time wrong? Do they not know when to apply skills that they have, or do they not have those skills? You're going to have to be able to diagnose that to pick the proper remediation. Which is not always obvious, which is why, sometimes people fail to learn something or fail to coach somebody to learn something. Sometimes you have to ask somebody to explain their thought process to you in order to figure out what the root cause is in your diagnosis. Other times you've got enough experience and you've diagnosed enough that you can sort of guess it, and you can just tell them, is it this? And they'll say, oh yeah, that's what I do. Right? You look at their work and say, did you spend 30 seconds on this question? And they'll say yes. They misidentified whether the question was easy or hard or something like that, right? Versus not knowing how to do the question. Yeah. Absolutely. So to Falk's question, which is, how do you identify mistakes in someone's games play? Is there a checklist of things you look for? So Falk, in general, when I'm working on my own games, I'm constantly trying to figure out what mistakes I made and why I made them. And then I take notes, either mentally or written, depending on my memory. And I look for things that come up again and again. Same thing with my students, if I'm playing through their games. So this can apply to, teaching or working on your own game. You're looking through games and you're making note of like what kind of mistakes happened. Like blunders, or not finding the right time to pounce, or wasting time, or playing really stereotype moves, or never opening up a file for the rooks, or whatever it might be. And then you start to see if that same mistake comes up multiple times. It can be very hard to diagnose yourself. I'll say this right away, Falk. Like, if you're trying to figure it out for yourself, it's somewhat rare, although you're right at the borderline of it. You're over the borderline where it's possible that you can self-identify your own mistakes. But a lot of people at your level still won't be able to self-identify what their main strengths, weaknesses, and mistakes are. And certainly players, 300, 400 points below you, anybody below 1600, it's very unlikely that they know their own chess profile, which is where the plus part of the training program comes in, right? Like, that's where you need somebody better than you to look at your games and give you an accurate assessment of yourself at some point. If you're trying to figure out what are some of my main weaknesses that I might want to do some work on. And to me, that is part and parcel of the game, of the analyzing your own games thing, right? You're analyzing your own games. Eventually, this is not the case at 1000 level, right? But eventually you're getting in the habit of analyzing your own games. And eventually you're good enough at analyzing your own games to figure out what your strengths and weaknesses are, why you have your weaknesses, and then come up with ways to try and address them, right? It's not just like, okay, now I know I have this weakness. Great. No, then you come up with something to work on that weakness. And I think this is one of the greatest things that in general people can learn from chess, is to be self-aware with that kind of like detail and scientific precision of like, this is me, this is my strengths, this is my weakness. I can apply that to every part of my life. I can look at my week and say, what are some mistakes I made this week? Right? Did I go to bed too late on this day? Did I eat breakfast too late on this day? Did I get upset over this thing? Did I not get something done that I wanted to get done? Did I not see enough friends? Like, I can look through my week and sort of like identify some of the things that didn't go right and say which thing, went wrong once, which thing went wrong 3 or 4 times. Okay, why did that thing go wrong? What could I put in place to change that next week and the week after? So I think that's like really, really the ultimate skill that we're trying to get out of chess, is that self-analysis, honest self-analysis. A lot of people are not necessarily analyzing themselves, and then a lot of people are not honestly analyzing themselves. Okay, so Putzi is teaching kids step 1 level. They make loads of mistakes since they just started playing, all very basic, as how do the pieces move, when is it good to capture, is it guarded, is it not guarded. It's hard to stick to one subject since they get bored pretty fast. Average age 8. Right. Okay, so yeah, you can't teach them too much, Putzi, when they're beginners. They mostly just have to play, right? You let them keep making them the same mistakes, but playing more games, and they'll start to figure it out. And occasionally you can teach them something, but mostly you let them play, and then you can give them really, really short, fun lessons, right? Like, do a really, really fast 5-minute replay of like a cool, brilliant game, right? You could look in the program, some of the games that we've selected for the like 400 to 600, 600 to 800, and 800 to 1,000 range, right? You want to find some really cool, striking games like those early games. Some brilliancies of Morphy, McDonald, Labourdonnais, Anderson, those kind of people. You can just show a game just to like give them some cool idea, or just show them like 2 or 3 brilliant moves at the end of one of those games, something like that. But you want to keep the lessons short and let them do a lot of playing. Right, Hubskirt. So there's a different skill to being able to calculate versus being able to calculate the right kind of moves at the right kind of time. So it's useful for you to learn all the patterns. It's useful for you to learn how to do puzzle calculation. It will not translate into your games until you also have really well developed when to calculate what kinds of moves, right? When is the position right for a certain kind of thing? When is it possible that you might have checkmate? When is it possible that you might have a queen sack? When is it possible that you might have a pawn sack? There's different sort of bars for each of those things. So you have to build up that sense as well. Some Greco versus NN games, exactly. That depends on the age, PB Corporeal. With younger kids, you definitely need to do Farmers and Piggies, smaller games. It's for kids under 6, I would say. It's laborious to start playing with all the pieces before they've completed some mini games. And the kids who want to play with all the pieces, you'll recognize them. Their appetite will be cleared. They'll ask for it, and you can say, okay. If someone asks for it, you can give it to them. But you don't, like, always tend towards something easier and let people be like, oh, this is easy. They breeze through it. You give them something else. It normally feels fine for somebody to get moved up a level. Yeah? Okay, 20 kids, ages 12 to 14, 1 lunchtime. I've taught kids exactly that age recently, and my group didn't want to do much other than play. So you're mostly having them play, which is fine. You could try, so they're solving puzzles. Do they enjoy solving the puzzles? right? Do you get like a sense that they want something more, or that they're just happy playing? When they solve the puzzles, are they happy, or are they like, ugh, get that over with and let me get back to playing? They're hungry for it. Then why don't you try showing them some famous games as a next step, right? Like, give them some of those, Greco, La Bourdonnais, Anderson, Morphy, some games up to that level. That could be like a next step. And then another thing you could do is you could put them on a chess website, right? Like chess.com. Let them loose on the chess.com tactics trainer so they can, solve 3,000 puzzles if they want. Is it a good trade-off versus playing? It's always going to be good unless they're getting like over 1,200, right? It's mostly going to be good for them to play. But you have a very small amount of time with them. Maybe they can also play games when they're not with you. And if they want instruction, then you can start spending some of the time that you have with them to play through some brilliant games. And then they can play chess at home on their computers, or they can play chess after school with their friends. Right? Like if you can leave, I don't know what the situation is like at your school, but if you can leave, chessboards and sets somewhere where the kids can access them and put them back, they could get more time playing without you. And then you can take 10, 15 out of your 40 minutes and spend it showing them some Morphy games. Yeah, Obscurt, that's kind of like an impossible or unnatural thing to do, right? To force yourself to think like it's a real game when you know it's a puzzle, to like try and forget that it's a puzzle. It's very hard to do that to yourself. I mean, you can try and quiet the instinct that like the answer has to be, queen to g6, sacking my queen to 3 pieces. You could try to like, you could try to look at some normal moves first if you want. But in general, when you're doing puzzles, your brain knows it's doing puzzles. Solve them like puzzles and then learn in your games when to think like it's a puzzle, right? Instead of trying to think like it's a game during your puzzles, work on a secondary skill to know when in your games you should turn on thinking like a puzzle mode. Yeah, and to be clear, you don't have to study those games and have like all the explanations ready, right? It's fine to just play through the games. Like we didn't provide explanations to all those games, and we don't expect that you're good enough to understand all those games, but just seeing them opens up, right? Ideas and avenues, things that you can do. So all you need to do is, play through the game with them. Yeah, that is definitely a strong point in a tactics book that Crimea River is saying. If there's a tactics book where the solutions are sometimes like a waiting move, that's really good. Even better would be if people had tactical books where some of the positions have no solution in them. But it sounds like the guard books are at least a good step in the right direction there. Yeah, exactly. You can show them some of the games that you're looking at in the training program. Are you in 800 to 1,000? Kieternach, in the training program with like the what group did you put yourself in? Yeah, 800 to 1,000. So you're playing through Morphy games, right? And you don't, to be clear, you don't need to understand anything in particular about the games. Just play through them as much as you enjoy doing, and as much as they sort of like inspire you, and then you can just play through the game for the kids afterwards. Okay. Cool. Question from Cheeseburgers, man, how do you get students to coach if you're not titled? How do you become like a teacher? How do you get students? I guess just hang out in places that have chess players, right? Because chess players always want teachers. So hang out in places where there are other chess players, like go into whatever Discord and answer people's questions, right? You could also look for any local schools that don't have chess classes. That can be another really cool place to do some teaching. You can contact some local schools, see if they want a chess program. And then another thing that I used to do is I would just go once a week to a library and teach a free public class there. And, the first day you do it, there's nobody there, but then, you put up an announcement in the library and, maybe it gets mentioned in the, I don't know. Well, I'm going to show my age, in the local newspaper. I don't know. You post it somewhere what you're doing, and then people start drifting in, and that can be a good place to get some practice teaching and to introduce new people to the game. I mean, just people in the library who didn't come for chess will see what you're doing. They'll ask you what it's about. They'll say, oh, I've got a niece who kind of is interested in chess. Something like that. So. Right. And as Barron says, like, if your goal is to make money off of teaching and teach private lessons, going out there and teaching like group classes like this is a way to then find private students, right? Like if you're teaching 20 kids at one school and 20 kids at a second school and 35 people at the library, you'll quickly find 2 to 3 people from each place who are interested in private lessons at some point. The other thing is, just by going out and teaching, you're getting better at the teaching. I don't know how good you are right now, but if you want people to pay you to teach, you're going to want to become better and better at teaching. And one of the ways to get better at teaching is to do it. Just like one of the ways to get better at chess is to play it. Yeah, a lot of schools will pay you to teach a class. The library thing I did for free, but going into a school, typically they would be expected to pay you, and fingerprint you and all that. Yeah, don't get stuck babysitting kids who don't actually want to play chess. It's another piece of advice. I know you want to teach chess, but don't be so desperate that you'll teach kids who don't want to learn. Them you have to send off to go find another activity if they don't actually want to be doing it. Yeah, don't hurt yourself like that. Only one hub skirt. I only have one student who got too strong. Or one kid I worked with who got too good. All right. Yeah, good night, Putsy. See you around. All right. Thanks, everybody, for the questions. I enjoy answering them. So hopefully someone else enjoys the answers as well, but at least I enjoy it. I'll send you all off on a raid now, and Let me just quickly see what's coming up next. I think today's Wednesday. So, in terms of dojo, I think tomorrow night Maestro will be back, and I'll be doing how to become a better attacker again, finally. And I don't know if Baron Infinity are done with their task yet, but they should be back pretty soon as well. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. So, anyway, that's all for today, I think. There's also U.S. Chess School tomorrow. And I hope everybody's doing well. And, yeah. Will I do a lesson on how to freestyle rap? I am not even a 200 at that. I am so impossibly bad. So I'm not ready to teach that. Yeah, Baron, it would. I don't know if you're done with your assignment. Last I heard, Finity was working hard at it, but not quite done. So we shall see. You can let me know if you're done. None of my old YouTube videos are freestyles, Cry Me a River, right? Those are all written. All right. Cheers, everybody.